Yoo-hoo! We're just gonna hop into some power wash. And we're gonna leave the lo-fi on in the background. Yo, my person's moving on their own. I'm like not even controlling anything, they're just moving. You good? Cool. the other side of the gate and that frustrates you. Pasta Pal, thank you for the raid. Hello? Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Hello. We're just chilling out. We're gonna do some of this and then we may switch to Stardew Valley, or we might try and do a watch party, because I think I can like put something on Amazon Prime and then just have that playing and then you guys can like join in. I'm not sure how that works. If anybody knows, let me know. Feeling better now, mostly. Still just kind of feel like out of it and like a little like woozy from time to time, but better now and good enough that I can start my new job tomorrow. Yay, money! How are y'all doing today? going well. Just cleaning and playing League of Legends. Pasta, what were you up to? What were you doing before you hopped on over here? I've never played League of Legends. Playing League. Hold on. Is that the same as League of Legends? There are a few things that have League in the title. You were playing Power Wash too? Yes. I get so much shade for enjoying this game, but nah, I don't care. Give me all the relaxation I need, honestly. League of Legends? Yeah? Okay. I've not actually played that. I'm hoping one time I can find somebody to train me on it, and then I can do like a series where I slowly, hopefully get better at like League of Legends or Valorant. People seem to really enjoy those games. Pasta, thank you for the follow. You're too kind. I hope you have a pleasant rest of your day if you need to head on out. We've just been cleaning the skate park. Slowly making our way through it. League, but it's my favorite game. I knew that. Like, it makes my eye twitch, but damn it if I don't have a good time. But also not a good time, but also kind of a good time. Honestly, me with Dead by Daylight, it's so much more fun when I'm playing it with my pals. Also have to have Prime, I guess. Gotcha. Okay. So what do we think? Should we do something like that today, or should we do like a YouTube rabbit hole thing, where like we just find random videos on YouTube and just see where the night takes us? I don't know. What do y'all think? If we do the watch party thing, we could. I'm not sure who all has Prime, so that's a little bit odd. We could watch like a scary movie or something. You just find a whole bunch of random shit on YouTube to indulge in. so weird, lol. I don't care, I'm down for whatever you like do it. What do you mean it's weird? There's nothing weird about it, we're just going along cleaning. It's therapeutic. Imagine living in a world where you didn't have to worry about, like, water. It's a fantasy game at heart, really. Not weird at all. It does seem relaxing, yeah. Just, you know, this is what I call a good time. Thank you, Pasta, for defending us. Yes, it's not weird at all. Turn on some lo-fi. Clean shit. Think about all the shit you have around your place that you need to clean, but you're like, I'd rather do this stuff. Your game room and are currently ignoring your kitchen. See, I did my kitchen today. I finally did dishes that had been in the sink for a hot sec, like an embarrassing amount of time. And then I cleaned my kitchen off a bit and took out trash and vacuumed because puppy, which means puppy hair everywhere all the time. And then I was like, okay. Well, I also did homework, so I was like, okay, we've had a pretty productive day. I think we've earned ourselves a little bit of a chill stream. I really want to do Outlast, but I want to wait until I'm feeling much better to do that. Like, just because I'm still kind of like, ugh. Because if we just do relaxing stuff, it's easier for me to tap out if I need to. And also, then we can just chill. And I don't have to use my brain a whole lot. Switched our lease to be month by month, so hopefully early next year we can move, and we're gonna see if we can find us a house to rent, because we don't know how much longer we'll be in Ohio, but we need to get someplace with a yard for the puppy, so we're gonna see about that. And then when we do find a place, I'd like it to be a 2-bedroom for that exact reason, so we can have an office space without puppies that could get to it. That's why I play League. I don't have to use my brain. I'm trying to move because they're upping the rent again. Oh, that's annoying. But everything around me is the same price, so I don't know. That's frustrating. That's super frustrating. I hope you find something. And that maybe you can get you a place that's not ungodly, unaffordable. Expensive, I just say expensive. right now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, pasta. Like, it's not even, for us, like, yeah, expensive, for sure. Also, just, if I'm going to be paying a lot for something, I want it to be decent. God forbid. And, like, what I'm seeing right now are all in really sketchy areas. So when I say sketchy areas, I mean, like, all the other buildings around it are run down. There's, like, frequent crime there. Like, all the businesses have bars on their windows and whatnot. So it just seems, like, really overgrown and sketchy, and, like, it's not been taken care of. So I'm like, I don't want to move someplace that's sketchy. And then the houses are all really run down as well. And, like, because we're not going to be living here forever, I don't want to spend a whole lot on trying to, like, repair a place, you know? Like, I'd like it to just be set. Everything around me is $1,200 a month for a 1-bedroom. You can get a mortgage for less, but bad credit, right? Like, $1,200 for a 1-bedroom. That's ridiculous. That's so much. Yeah, this place we're at right now, like, this was my first apartment, this was his second apartment, so, like, it's a nice place, and, like, it served its purpose, and we had, like, a lot of, like, good stuff here. I just can't justify being stressed in this small space when we can paying what we're paying for it, you know? So I'm really hoping we can find something. Or if he can get a job that's just virtual, maybe we can move somewhere. Because my job's going to be predominantly virtual, and except for when I go to meet, like, clients or something like that. Is expensive. Cost of living is ridiculous, and that doesn't always reflect wages earned. It's just ridiculous, man. And you end up paying a fuck ton for a place that's, like, doing the bare minimum, you know? Like, things are just outdated, things are broken, and you just don't want to do that. And then likewise, you can't afford a house, and if you're young, like, you don't want to buy a house, or at least this is my thought. A lot of people have different paths. I don't want to buy a house because A, expensive as shit, and B, I don't know where I'm gonna want to be, you know? So, like, I don't want to put in the money and invest in a house and then be like 3 years later, well, time to go. Like, if I'm getting a house, I'd like it to be a place I'm at for like this is a weird number, like 7 years minimum, you know? But where I'm at in school right now, and the fact that we know we want to leave Ohio, it just doesn't make sense to go ahead and buy a house. But for the amount we pay for an apartment, it's like we could. Air quotes around could. place I'm in right now is just so old and not worth what they want for the rent, right? I keep seeing that, and like these different apartments and like these different houses and stuff that I've been looking at. I'm like, everything here is so old and outdated, and just looking at these pictures, I can already see things that are going to need repairs, and like that should be taken care of if you're gonna have me paying what you want me to pay for that. Might do YouTube. We'll just have to be careful, and like if you guys probably know more about this than I do, things that are like TOS. So if you like if there's like music on, like in the intro, I'm probably gonna mute it just so we don't have to like get TOS banned. But I found this channel that I've been watching lately that's like, it's when they're doing interviews with people who are like obviously guilty, or like not obviously guilty but have been convicted of crimes. Check that out. I'm gonna finish the skate park, tend to the puppy, and then we're gonna switch to some YouTubes. I just thought of something else I could show you on YouTube. So I'm terrified of the ocean. I do not like deep bodies of water. Yet I find myself looking at things that would further perpetuate that fear. And I found some really cool tidal wave footage. Or just like huge wave footage. That might be interesting to see. So it's like scary kind of. Like we're still sticking with the Halloween themey stuff. Pasta, also, if you're still in here, my best friend Jackie and I are going to be putting on a stream of Screams on October 29th, where we're going to be playing horror games, and we're going to be doing scary stories, so ones that like we found on the internet, and ones of our own, or ones that viewers want to share. If they have one they want to share, they can send it to us. We're going to be carving pumpkins and making Halloween-themed beverages, so if you wanted to pop by for that, that might be a good time. Actually, it will be a good time. I'm very excited about it. There's information on the social medias, and then if you go to my Twitch page on like the about stuff, if you like scroll down, there's like a little ad for it as well. So yeah, I know it's gonna be a bomb ass time. I've got the decorations, I've got the graphics, we've got stories, I've got ambiance music, like it's gonna be a good time. So please pop on by. And if you do have a story that like you want to share, or somebody else's story that like you heard and you think would be fun, just like message it to me on Twitter or something. That would be exciting. all of my animals will be in costume, and I myself will be in costume as well. What you wearing for Halloween? I have you. Oh, you have a Michael Myers mask. I wear every year if I'm doing anything. Very nice. Are you gonna go see the new Halloween Kills movie? I just got tickets for my dad, my sister, and I to go see it next Saturday for his birthday. This one still have it? It's yes, trying to find a date though, but I will have to go alone if I have to. Oh, I love going to see movies alone. It's a good time. Easy to get seats. You don't have to wait for other people like to have their shit together. Okay, has that railing been done? That one's done. Got that one. That one's done. Don't have to share my popcorn. That's a big deal right there. When I would go see movies with my sister, she's a person who gets like really invested in the movie. So she would just be like mindlessly, furiously eating the popcorn, and then there would just be none left. Or if there was some left, I was terrified to stick my hand anywhere near the bucket for risk of it getting bitten off. My costume though, I'm gonna leave those as a surprise. Safe to pop by and see them if you want to see them. Okay? You're gonna have to just be there. Railings. Where are the railings? Railings, railings, railings. Is this a railing? Yes. Yes, there's one. Aha, I see you. Nasty boy. Come on, railing, you're clean. Aha, you're not clean. who's the fool? Whoa, Jesus, that startled me. Woohoo, we did it. Job, Dirt Finder. Scrubbed kind of neat, didn't it? Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Look at it. Ah, the progress. Ah, so beautiful. So beautiful. We did it. Oh, goodness, puppy. Yeah, I see you all creepy like on the couch. Okay. I don't know what I want for food. Bro, me the last couple days. Like, I'm somewhere between everything sounds good and nothing sounds good. And like, but if I eat that, it's gonna like make me feel like garbage, but I don't know what else to eat. We love a time lapse. I know, let's give that one another peeky. Look at that. Oh, look how beautiful that is. Oh, pasta, look how beautiful that is. Ah, yes. Beautiful. Beautiful indeed. I didn't say hi to Vince, one of your viewers, when they popped over. Vince, if you're still here, I hope you have a wonderful day. Same with you, Rocky Squid. Also, thank you for the raid again. I don't know if I said that. I really appreciate it. Some stuff on YouTube so we can check out. Wings sound good, but they also sound like a stomach ache. Bro, yes. You're like, when this sounds good, but I know it's just gonna make me sick later. But like, what other choice do I have? It sounds so good. Okay. Go tend to my puppy real quick, take her out for potty break, and then I'm going to contemplate food. I have some watermelon in the fridge. I guess I'll start with that and then see how that goes. I don't know. We'll see. And then I'll be back and we're gonna do some YouTube stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and update my thingy on Twitch to reflect that. Yo. You're getting Chinese food? Nice call. Excellent call. I'll just send it to just chat. Okay. Done. Alright. I'll be back in just a sec. ready to watch some creepy stuff. Or some eerie stuff. I can't promise it's all creepy. Like, tidal wave footage is not, like, supernatural creepy, but, like, it freaks me the fuck out. Solidifies my fear of the ocean and never needing any part of that. So let me figure out how I'm gonna show that. Hold on. How do I do that? I can figure this out. Capture. Okay. Let's try adding that. Okay. No. Okay. Add source. Okay. No. Oh, what is this? I don't think we want that. I literally have done this before, and I just don't remember what's gonna be done. Hold up. I can do this. There you go. There you go, there you go. Capture specific window. Whoa. Okay, let me see if that worked. Nope, not that. Okay, hold on. Properties. I've gotten it to do it before, but now I don't remember how I did that. Hold on, let's put that back there. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let's move me. Hey, there we go. Look how smart I am. We got it there. Okay. This is 5 biggest tsunamis caught on camera. Turning off the music. Daisy, stop trying to steal all the watermelon. Oh jeez, I clicked a thing. Can you tell I don't Costa, is that at my technological inability or at the tsunami?
哇，这这可不是，拍不上来吗？肯定拍上来，你接。哇！
And then they're just standing there watching. At the tsunami? Yeah, right? No! I will slowly indoctrinate all people who pass by this channel to be afraid of water. Because look at the shit it does. literally go anywhere but like near that. That, no. How you doing today, Predator? You having a good day? Like, it is amazing those like temples and buildings out there are still standing at this point. Number 2.
船も堤防を越えるかもしれない。
Japan. Think about the sea life that comes with this. Like, oh my god. Like, this would be my hesitation for leaving. I hope their insurance covers tsunamis. It has to, right? If you live in a place where they're that frequent, like, it has to. And this right here, oh my god, would be my only hesitation for leaving Ohio. Ohio, like, we get, like, tornadoes. Oh my god. Like, sorry, I keep getting distracted in mid-sentence. Like, Ohio just gets tornadoes and, like, occasionally other small things. But, like, it's in the middle, it's about fucking nowhere. Like, I mean, and I would take, like, tornado damage over this type of tsunami water damage any day. As devastating as the tsunamis are, it's still beautiful to watch what nature is capable of. I get that. Oh, good, I'm glad to hear you're not too bad. I'm okay. I'm like trying to eat food again. Because I'm wondering if now the reason I'm feeling funky is just because I haven't been eating because I felt funky from eating. So I'm trying to put something decent in my body, which is watermelon. Which means I have a puppy behind me who wants all the watermelon because I gave her a few pieces. Yeah, Mother Nature's dope as hell, but also like, I'm cool. Yeah, why would you fly a helicopter that close? What did you think was going to happen? Switched over to multi-stream so I could see comments on YouTube as well, on the off chance anybody was watching over there. So if somebody wasn't, I didn't see it, I apologize. I totally forgot to switch that over. Wrong way, buddy. Wrong way. Like, think about the sea life, the fish that are just like, whoa, 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 whoa. No, I got no business getting over. A part of me is like, yeah, it might be fun to be that person who like goes surfing and shit. Like, that seems terrifying, and I don't think I need that. Yeah, looky, it's me. Oh, what's up? Chairman, your posse's out of the loop. Go. You're gonna sit in my lap if you can't behave. The damage, my god, I can't even imagine. Yeesh! That's crazy. Hold on. Giant waves. Oh, giant squid footage. Oh my goodness. 15 huge waves that don't look real. 10 monster waves caught on camera. Let's do this one.
Huge waves that don't look real. Number 15, Rodrigo Cocha. Rodrigo Cocha travels the world in search of the biggest waves to surf. And in November of 2017, he found an absolute monster off the coast of Nazaré in Portugal. You can hardly see him as he surfs across the crest, and it's only because of the trail he left behind that you really know where he is. It took several months for the wave to be verified, and in April of the following year, it was declared the highest wave to have ever been surfed, at a whopping 80 feet tall. When he got into the water, he couldn't have known it would be this big, and it was only his skill and survival instincts that would allow him to keep things under control. Otherwise, it would have been a very painful fall. Number 14, the Louis Majesty. In March of 2010, the Louis Majesty, a cruise ship carrying 1,350 passengers and 580 crew, was sailing on a voyage between Barcelona and Genoa across the Mediterranean when it was hit by a rogue wave. Swelled by winds of more than 60 miles per hour, it was 28 feet tall and slammed into the side of the vessel. The windows of the saloon area took the full brunt and smashed, and this led to a punishing blast of water gushing into the interior. People had nowhere to go to escape the torrent as it destroyed furniture and the internal structure of the ship. And unfortunately, 2 people were killed and 6 were severely injured. Number 13, Typhoon Megi. In September of 2016, a large typhoon began to whirl into action off the coast of Taiwan.
Could someone
And
put a
when it finally made
message
landfall,
in
it
chat
brought
so that
with
way
it
I know my
huge
chat
crashing
isn't busted?
waves and
Sometimes
torrential
it
storms.
just stops working.
It was a Category 4 storm with winds of up to 130 miles per hour, and it devastated the coastal regions where it hit first. More than 3.89 million homes were left without power, and 14,000 people had to be evacuated. But it was the size and power of the waves that were the biggest surprise. They broke as the sea got shallower on a coastal shelf and absolutely dwarfed buildings and the lighthouse that stands in the bay. Number 12. French Rogue Wave. The Abael Flandre is one of the most powerful tugboats in the world, capable of pulling a tanker with
Abael
550,000 tons of cargo. It's designed to operate safely even in the most treacherous of conditions, but in 1998 even it met its match. It was off the coast of Ouessant on the tip of Brittany in France. It found itself in the middle of a raging storm. Video shows how huge the swells were, and the boat had no choice but to sail directly into them. The crests were much larger than the tug itself, and when the waves broke over the bow, they showered spray over the boat so much that it virtually vanished beneath the water. Luckily, the crew managed to sail out of the storm, but it shows just how dangerous the seas can get. Number 11. North Sea Cruise. The North Sea is often plagued by terrible weather, but in 2017 one cruise ship encountered far worse conditions than a crew had ever seen before. As the boat sailed over the peaks and troughs, all passengers could see was either the sky or the looming ocean. But little did they know a gigantic wave was headed their way.
New messages have come through.
Suddenly, it crashed into the side of the ship and engulfed the entire vessel. It was so close to being flipped over, but luckily the wave hit at the perfect angle, and it was able to sail through. From the way the camera wobbles, you can see the extreme force that was inflicted onto the ship, and it was forced to go straight into dock for significant repairs. Number 10. Jaws. Hawaii is known as one of the world's best surfing destinations, but there's one place where a particularly special wave forms, which has become known as Jaws. It's on the north shore of Maui and can often exceed 60 feet high. It's a surfer's dream and is a location of regular tournaments and competitions. But while those on boards might know how to handle the torrent of water, people driving spectator boats aren't so well equipped. In 2014, everyone was reminded of quite how powerful Jaws is when a boat that was trying to get a better view of the action found itself in the direct path of the wave. It was capsized in just a matter of seconds and threw all on board into the water. Fortunately, everyone survived, and the boat was turned back over and towed back to the nearby harbor. Number 9. Cross waves. Cross waves are a strange ocean phenomenon that occurs when two weather systems at perpendicular angles meet at sea. As waves are formed by the wind, they continue in their original direction until their energy dissipates, and the result is a grid-like structure on the ocean's surface. They are extremely dangerous and difficult to navigate, and almost look unreal. They can occur virtually anywhere that there's a body of water, and are linked with a higher than normal number of shipping accidents when the vessels are caught in them, because it's impossible to line up against the waves. Even in shallower regions, they make it extremely difficult to swim, and can produce invisible currents beneath the water that flow in different directions, and make things even more tricky. Most advice is that if you ever see these forming, to get out of the way as soon as possible. Number 8. Glacier calving. On the edge of glaciers and large ice formations, blocks regularly fall from the side into the water. It's a process known as calving, and can see huge pieces detaching themselves from the main shelf. The glaciers themselves are popular tourist attractions, and occasionally visitors will see a large event taking place, one that can risk the safety of anyone in the surrounding area. In 2010, a tourist boat stopped across the bay from the Holgate Glacier in Alaska, where people started noticing small lumps of ice falling from the side. Gradually, more and more began to fall until the entire cliff calves free from the glacier and plummets into the ocean. With such a large volume of material falling down, a huge wave is inevitable, and for a moment those who were on the boat started worrying for their safety. Luckily, the wave passed without any damage, but it could have been a different story if they had been any closer. Number 7. Japanese tsunami, 2011. In March of 2011, a magnitude 9 earthquake struck northeastern Japan. While this in itself was a destructive event, it triggered a series of tsunamis that struck the mainland. The monster waves surged up to 6 miles inland at heights of up to 128 feet and devastated everything that lay in their path. 217 square miles were completely flooded. 3 buildings being used as rescue centers were washed away, and the wave even created a frighteningly large whirlpool. More than 16,000 people are thought to have died because of the tsunami, and it was also responsible for triggering a cooling system failure at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant that led to a level 7 nuclear meltdown.
Jesus.
Furthermore, the wave was so powerful that it raced across the ocean around the world and even reached Alaska, Hawaii, and Chile, where the waves were 6.6 feet high when they made landfall. Number 6. A southern monster. As far as oceans go, the Southern Ocean is a particularly inhospitable place. It has very few land masses that interrupt the buildup of energy in waves, and as a result allows for the formation of absolutely gigantic ones. A network of buoys monitor the conditions of the water, and in May of 2018, one of the devices near Campbell Island recorded something unbelievable. During a storm, the waves reached a height of 78 feet, which broke the record for the largest wave ever detected in the ocean. While this isn't as high as some tsunamis can get, this was formed purely by the power of the wind blowing over the ocean's surface. It's one of the least studied regions on Earth because of how remote it is, despite accounting for more than 22% of the total ocean area of the planet. And by researching these frequent storms in more detail, it's hoped scientists will get a better understanding of weather systems around the globe. Number 5. Tidal bore. Tidal bores occur in rivers around the world when the leading edge of an incoming tide race upstream against the flow of the normal current. They typically only happen in places where there's a large tidal range of more than 20 feet and can lead to some spectacular sights. At the right time of year, some become popular sites for surfers, but others can be a lot more dangerous. One place that often sees this phenomenon is the Qiantang River in China, and it's where the world's largest tidal bore happens. During August, the conditions are just right, and the swell can reach 10 to 15 feet in height, breaking the banks and temporarily flooding regions along the shore. It's an annual event that is mentioned in texts dating back hundreds of years, and even saw the construction of a resort to watch the tide from during the Ming Dynasty. It does, however, cause safety concerns for people next to the river's edge, and often people don't realize how quickly the water levels can rise. Each year, the Chinese authorities issue warnings to anyone that plans on visiting to see the bore to make sure they keep their distance. But despite their best efforts, several people are killed after taking too big a risk for the perfect photo opportunity. Before we move on, be sure to subscribe to Top 5s with notifications on. Number 4. Dungeons. Quest for the ultimate wave takes surfers to treacherous sites
Gotcha. Okay, so
across
some
the
of you
world.
are commenting.
There's one place in South Africa that is on the bucket
That is
list
so
of every
rude.
big wave enthusiast, known as Dungeons. It's at the foot of Sentinel Mountain in the country's western
Okay, I
Cape.
can see that
And while the
when I
breaks
don't
aren't
go on
regular,
multi-chat.
if you do
Okay,
manage to catch
okay,
one of the
okay, okay.
notoriously huge swells,
Hold
you're
on.
in for a treat.
Let's read some of these real quick. I've got to head out. It was nice finding your stream. I'll be sure to come back. Also, thank you for popping by. If you're still here, if you headed out. Imagine people, one of the people that does submarine research being attacked by a giant squid. Honestly, imagine being, there you go. I got you. I can't English much better. Hello, you're here, Jackie. Hello, Jackie. I want to work on a ship so bad sometimes, but also, I'm good. Yes, I know, you fear the ocean too. Oh my goodness. I have no business being in the ocean. I don't need to be
The
there.
best time is usually during
That's
August when the storms
atrocious.
that occur over the southern ocean send powerful waves in the direction of
I don't
South
think I'd want to
Africa.
work on a ship.
With nothing in the way to slow
That's
them
like
down,
asking
they've
for
often
it.
traveled thousands of miles before making landfall, and have been measured to reach up to 46 feet tall. Not only can the waves get
Thank
high,
you for
but they're
popping back,
surprisingly
Jackie,
long.
also.
And those that are able to successfully navigate them without wiping out can travel almost 1,000 feet before
Yeah, I
reaching
guess
the
the
deep water
multi-stream
channel.
stuff is down. That's okay
It's
though.
not just the size of the
We'll just
waves
hang
that
out on
surfers
Twitch
have to be
today.
careful of here, because the waters are home to a number of shark species, including great whites, and there have been several attacks since the waves were first ridden in 1984. Now it's more common to be towed out by a jet ski to help reduce the chances
I
of
just
this
want to work
happening.
somewhere I don't
But
have
with
to
the
pay
wave, they
rent.
might
Bro,
have the
I
opportunity
feel
to
that.
take on.
I would
Most
just
people
like to,
who
you
travel
know,
there are willing to take
keep
the
the
risk.
money I've earned.
Number 3, Operation
Crazy.
Hardtack. Between April and August of 1958, Operation Hardtack 1 saw the U.S. military conduct 35 nuclear detonations in the Pacific Proving Grounds, a location around the Marshall Islands. The idea of the test was to improve the designs of nuclear weapons and to understand how underwater detonations could impact the local
Jackie, we
environment.
did some Power
Any
Wash
ships or
Simulator
machinery that are
before
on the
this, and now we
surface.
switched over to do
The first of the
YouTube stuff, so
open
we're
water
gonna
test was
find
known as Wahoo.
YouTube
Took place on May
videos
16,
that are creepy,
1958.
like this.
The device was
We're gonna
placed
watch it.
500 feet beneath the surface, and a series of vessels and monitoring arrays were placed around the region to record what happened. Within a second of it being triggered, a spray dome was formed that reached up to 840 feet into the air. Vertical plumes of water were also forced into the air, and lateral ones raced across the ocean's surface for 20 seconds at speeds of up to 24.2 miles per hour. A base surge was also generated, and this continued across the ocean for several minutes. It reached a radius of 8,000 feet within a matter of seconds and swamped any vessels that were in its way. The bomb was calculated to have released a blast of 9 kilotons, and at the time this was the largest man-made wave to have ever been created, a record that has only ever been beaten by other similar underwater nuclear detonations with higher yields. Number 2. The Cyclops. There are very few waves in the world that surfers will think twice about attempting, but one of the most powerful and stunning is known as the Cyclops. It's off the Esperance coast in Western Australia and is in such a remote place that it takes serious planning to even get there in the first place. When swells are predicted, surfers pack up their things and embark on a road trip of hundreds of miles to get there. And the last part of the journey involves a 14-mile journey across a beach that tests even the most resilient of vehicles. Even once you're there, it's not so easy to get out to where the waves form.
That right there's a
Cars
sign.
keep dragging you back
Like,
into
you don't
shore.
need to be there.
This is why only the best surfers get to try it, because it's impossible to swim out on your own, and even a jet ski tow has its own challenges, so most get there by boat. It's described as the heaviest wave in Australia, and has been the cause of countless injuries by those who haven't had the skill to ride it, or were simply unlucky. Misjudging it will land you on the jagged rocks of the reef, and being hours away from any medical center, it's not going to end well. But despite this, the wave is simply stunning, and looks more like something an artist in a studio would draw as an ideal wave as opposed to being something that actually occurs in real life. It perfectly curls over, which is why it's called the one-eyed monster, and the color of the water above the coral reef means that it glistens in the sunlight. It's often referred to as the most hyped but least surfed wave in the world, and the more you see images of it, the more it becomes clear why. This does also add the benefit that visitors usually get the whole waves to themselves, but they do also have to face the dangers on their own too. Beneath the water there are various species of urchins that lie in wait for a wipeout, and it's also a breeding ground for great white sharks that can get protective over their territory at certain times of the year.
Yeah.
Cyclops is undoubtedly one of the biggest, most magical and unbelievable waves you'll see anywhere on Earth, and will remain the career high point of any surfers that are brave enough to tackle it for many years to come. Number 1. Clipper Race Wave. The Clipper Round the World Yacht Race sees novice participants teaming up to crew Clipper yachts to complete a circumnavigation across a period of around 12 months. The route changes each time the event is held, but invariably involves crossing various dangerous stretches of ocean, and this video shows just how dangerous it can be.
Oh.
The weather's tough, and suddenly a huge wave crashes into the side of the boat and completely covers it. Crew members are washed across the deck, equipment is destroyed, and the impact even caused food to fly across the walls in the galley. It's almost unbelievable that everyone survived the wave unscathed, as they were thankfully clipped on with harnesses, and they were able to pick themselves up and continue with the race. The crew member on chef duty that day did admit, however, that food was served a little late. Subscribe to Top 5s for more and
Subscribe to them for more, so you can be terrified as often as you want. I love that it's called Top 5s, but it's like 15 forbidden places you're not allowed to visit. Most dangerous places on Earth, that's a good one. What? A Sabia L? I think this is what it was. Yeah. These are just short little videos about this person and the like haunted activity in their house. So we're gonna just play all of them. This is when they're moving out, I think, right? Yeah. No more poltergeist activity for me. Camera shy ghost. I was just about to say that. They're like, hello. They're just bashful. Okay. Rude. We're gonna be knocking books off. Do you even pay rent here? Jackie, earlier we were talking about doing a movie watch. So like I can do like watch parties, I think is what they're called. But the viewers would have to have Amazon Prime, but if we did that, then I could like find a horror movie or something on Amazon Prime. I'd have to look up what TOS is like for that, because I don't want to like show something that gets us banned. But I don't know what your thoughts were on that. Do like a Twitch watch party. At least I'll pay my house if you're gonna trash it. Honestly, like if you're paying rent, throw all the books you want. Like I don't give a shit. I'll pick them right back up. But otherwise, this is just rude. Okay, in the kitchen now. It's a nice place. It's actually kind of a dope looking place. How much you rent there? Just admiring the view. I like that sound too. It's just like, oh, really? phasmophobia. Now you're gonna bring up my electric bill? Y'all see that shit? I need one of those red circles that they have in other videos. That's like, did you see it? It's right there. Got no business being in my house. This is the most nuisance ghost ever. He don't want to kill you, just annoy the hell out of you. Like, this ghost is a younger sibling. Like, they won't do any actual harm to you, they're just really there to be like, look, I fucking knocked your soap over. Bitch, what you can do about it? Can't do shit. Scoop, scoop. Don't you knock it off. Do not knock it off. Don't you do it. I love that you panned to the cat. Confirmed, the ghost is a cat. Really? You're gonna break something, ghost? You need like rubber mats around everything. Everything is made of plastic. Don't you be slamming doors in my house. Take them off the hinges. Although this apartment is really kind of dope, though. Excuse me. For a ghost, like, I mean, you might be able to get along. Can you imagine trying to watch a horror movie in that house? They're just, like, contributing to the ambience. They're like, here, you want scary? I'll see what I can do. Did someone order one fuck me up, fam? Because I'm here to do just that. Like, I would put up with some of this paranormal activity if I got to live here. Like, this place is nice as hell. But also, I know I shouldn't just be, like, asking for it, you know? Like, no. Okay, you're electric. Do you pay bills? Sir or ma'am or cat?
Zie, er is hier dus. Dit is dus het lichtknopje.
Dat is...
Deze deur is gewoon dicht.
Is gewoon dicht.
Er is hier gewoon echt helemaal niemand.
Are they speaking French? It sounds French. Okay, really.
het weer, hè? Ik weet niet waar het vandaan komt. What the fuck is dat?
Now we're opening things. It's Dutch. I think it's Dutch. Oh, it did say in the Netherlands, didn't it? I didn't catch that.
Wat is er aan de hand?
Okay, I just shut that drawer. Yo, thank God those ghosts don't be opening fridges. We would have a word. We would have a word. You can see my nice search history, what I've looked for. Hi, Daisy. Are you causing troubles? She says, no, Mama, I would never cause troubles.
Hi everyone! Since childhood, many of us have had the dream of travelling through the whole world, and that's quite easy if you choose some common tourist destinations. But there are places on our planet which you are never going to see with your own eyes. Well, if you're not ready to give up your freedom, your health, or even your life. So here are 10 places you'll never ever be allowed to visit.
Don't come at me with your music.
Island. North Sentinel Island is one of the Andaman Islands in the Bay of Bengal. It is officially under Indian government, but it is actually inhabited by tribal Sentinel people. These dangerous aborigines avoid any contact with civilization
Look at that
and
hand on the
furiously
hip.
resist any interference. According to scientists, they have spent about 60,000 years isolated from any other civilization. They are very severe when defending their territory, and they are certainly going to kill any intruder. Some of their last victims were fishermen that got lost and ended up in the island. After that, Indian authorities urged citizens to keep away from these people, and so do we.
Yep.
Surtsey Island.
Oh.
In 1963,
My
a
business.
volcanic eruption took place in the southern part of Iceland. 4 years later, an island with a size of 1 square mile was formed. It was called Surtsey, after Surt, a mythological character. It is one of the most
My friends
recently
and I used to
formed
travel
islands in
places
the
you're not
world.
supposed to.
Since its appearance,
Thank
the
you.
island has aroused interest from scientists all over the world, being a wonderful example of the uprising of a whole
What
new
are you
ecosystem.
doing? Why are you
Nowadays,
going places you
no
got no
humans
business
are
being?
allowed on the island, except for scientists. Gruinard Island. The British government bought the Gruinard Island from Scotland in 1942 to test biological weapons, in
Yeah.
particular the Siberian plague. During an experiment, it was discovered that anthrax had polluted the territory, causing death in 95% of cases. Until 1980, the island was one of the most dangerous places in the world. It was only in 1986 when scientists finally started cleaning it, and in 1990 it was claimed safe for visiting. Nevertheless, no one has ever settled there. Experts warn
really?
about some Siberian plague spores left in the ground,
worry, guys,
and
we
that can only
cleaned up
mean
all
one
the
thing:
anthrax.
humans won't be able to live there for hundreds of years. Poveglia Island in Italy. It is officially closed for tourists, but that wouldn't stop a real mystic enthusiast, right? The fact is that the history of this island is really horrid. In the 16th century, during a plague epidemic, Venice exiled many of its symptom-bearing citizens there, and the corpses were burned on giant pyres in order to stop the disease from spreading. In 1922, a hospital for the mentally ill was settled in the island, and awful legends started to appear, like the one about the doctor who supposedly tortured patients and used them as guinea pigs, or another one about patients and staff seeing departed souls. The island is often called the Gates of Hell, or a shelter for lost souls. As a result, it is now abandoned, and even local fishermen try to stay away from it, so you'll hardly find a boat to take you there. Room 39 in North Korea. It sounds like a name for a horror movie, and not without reason, because the kind of things that happened in that room are really thriller-like. The Room 39 is located in Pyongyang and belongs to a secret government organization, even though the operations performed in there are mostly illegal. There is some evidence that this is the place where a lot of illicit schemes, for instance document forgery, counterfeiting, drug production and many other things take place. Of course you, normal folks, are banned from this place. It is much safer to keep away from it, otherwise you can become an unwanted witness of something illegal, and you know what they do in those cases. Area 51 in the US. Our list wouldn't be complete without the notorious Area 51. It is located northwest from Las Vegas, and since 1950, it serves to mysterious state purposes. Nowadays, no one still knows what it is actually used for, but of course there are some rumors. Some people say that the US government uses it for developing and testing new weapons. Others think that they keep in there a UFO which landed decades ago, but according to the official line, they develop experimental flying machines and armament systems in there. Both access to the base and airspace around are limited. Global Seed Vault on Spitsbergen, Norway. Have you ever thought what would happen if we run out of natural resources because of some disaster or a war? We would probably die of hunger, hadn't we have the Svalbard Global Seed Vault. This storehouse contains thousands of seeds of every plant on Earth, which could be used to restore the plant kingdom and to provide us all with decent food. Joint Defense Facility Pine Gap. Pine Gap is a commonly used name for a satellite ground station in Australia, which is operated by both Australia and the United States, and has become a key part of the local economy. An airspace of 3.5 thousand miles above and around is limited. They're not telling us why it is so exactly. Maybe it's not just a military base. Well, anyway, we will never know. Queimada Grande Island. This island, located about 90 miles off the Sao Paulo coast, looks just like heaven on earth at first sight, but one journey there could cost you your life. This place bustles with snakes. On a surface of 500,000 square yards, there are up to 4,000 snakes. One of the deadliest kinds of snake, the golden lancehead, inhabits the island. Its bite causes almost instantaneous necrosis, and therefore death. Its poison is 5 times more powerful than the one from other snakes. For that reason, Queimada Grande, also known as Snake Island, is banned from visiting by Brazilian authorities.
Say no more.
Mount Weather. The Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center is a civilian command facility in Virginia, USA. The facility is a major relocation site for the highest level of civilian and military officials in case of national disaster, playing a major role in US continuity of government. Mount Weather is the location of a control station for the FEMA National Radio System, a system connecting most federal public safety agencies and the US military with most of the states, which allows the president to access the emergency alert system. The territory is divided into 2 areas. The above-ground portion of the center, Area A, is at least 434 acres. Area B, the underground component, is 600,000 square feet. According to the official line, after the September 11th attacks, most of the congressional leadership was evacuated to Mount Weather. There is not a single common man who has ever been there. Only the chosen ones have access to this place, and merely in case of emergency. It seems like secret bases and bunkers from Hollywood action movies are real.
Thanks for watching. Please like.
Yeah, do check out their channel. All these ones, check out their channel. Mind Warehouse here. Oh my god. There's an abandoned asylum, insane asylum in Michigan, that has stories about the head doctor doing experiments in the basement. Always doing experiments in the basement. But the basement was sealed off and nobody has been able to get in. We went there to explore. Ooh, Binky, did any creepy stuff happen? Also, if creepy stuff did happen, you want to put it in writing and you want to, you know, send it in a message-like format to the Twitter, so that way Jackie and I could share it on our stream we're doing. Have you heard of it? It's called Stream of Screams. It's October 29th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Huh? Have you heard of it? Fancy a pop by? Oh my goodness, Predator, same goes to you. You got anything spooky you want to share? No? No, nothing happened sadly. It was just creepy being there knowing that bad things happened. Yeah, sometimes that's enough, honestly. Jackie, are you doing something to your hair? I've got a hankering for Chipotle, but I just don't know if my body's gonna allow it, you know? Scary games you should never play.
Hello and welcome back to the most amazing channel on the internet. I am your host Rebecca Felgate, and today we are talking the top 10 cursed paranormal games that you should never play. And honestly, don't. I wouldn't play any of the games on this list, not because of the whole ghost thing, but more because of some of them sound like a lot of effort. They have like super long setups, and honestly, I'd just rather have a nice cup of tea and get stuck into a game of Settlers of Catan. What's your favorite game? Let me know in the comments section down below. There's a board game cafe here in Toronto, and it's like one of my favorite places to go. Yes. If you like our content, please do leave a thumbs up to this video. If you haven't subscribed yet, go ahead. I think you'll love it. Check out the links in our description box to our most amazing Instagrams and all of our sources. Stick around to the end because I'm going to be replying to some comments. Coming in at number 10, we have One Man Hide and Seek. In Japan, this game is known as Hitoru Kakurenbo. I might have said that wrong. Let me tell you though, your stuffed toy will never be the same again. So, what you need here is a stuffed animal, but it has to have arms and legs, so think bear rather than crocodile. Also, it has to have a name. For example, Ted the Dread. Basically, you cut Ted the Dread open, remove his stuffing, replace it with rice, and then some fingernail clippings. Creepy. You then sew the bear back up, wrap it, thread it, do all of that kind of stuff, put it back together. You then put this stuffed toy in the bath and say, for the first game, I'm it. You then count to 10 with your eyes closed, then you're supposed to stab the toy and say I won. Sounds very dramatic. You then announce to the toy that it is going to be it, and then you have to go and hide. For some reason, it's important that you hide with a glass of salt water, and if you feel scared, put some of that in your mouth. When the game is over and the toy hasn't found you in an hour, fingers crossed, you go back, spit the salt water on the toy and burn it. Bye, Ted. Honestly, it all sounds like a lot of hassle to me. Ah yes, at number 9, we have a classic. It's the Ouija board. Tale as old as time, right? Do you guys even need me to explain this one? Can we just move on to number 8? No?
But then
I have to say the words?
They dropped it, like
okay,
I guess they just
An Ouija board is a board with printed letters, numbers and signs, plus the words yes, no, good and bye. It is used to summon spirits and communicate with them. Famously, bad spirits have indeed been summoned. Interestingly, you can actually buy an Ouija board in a lot of mainstream game shops. Why buy one when you could make one yourself? Coming into number 8, we have Charlie Charlie. Charlie Charlie is a game, I guess, a bit like the Ouija board, but it's way more DIY. A person balances pencils on top of one another with no no and yes written in squares. Charlie can't be used to summon any demon though. It seems that the infamous Charlie is the only one that will appear. And again, I'm not sure you want to meet him. Players of the game say something like, Charlie, are you here? And then the pencil moves and teenagers freak out on YouTube. That's the trend. So why do the pencils move? Clearly because a demon has been summoned, not because of friction and gravity. Demon. Coming in at number 7, we have the living doll. Do you know what? I really don't like a creepy doll. I don't. In fact, I feel like you shouldn't have dolls over the age of 10. Just get rid of them because they'll probably haunt you. They pop up everywhere and they're always causing paranormal havoc. Get those dolls out. So Living Doll is like a cocktail of paranormal game fusion. It's got a lot of scary game tropes. Candlesticks, mirrors, hiding, a doll. So here you're supposed to put a doll and a candle between 2 mirrors and say a little incantation. You then blow out the flame and wait for the doll to come and find you. If it finds you, then bad news bears. You're supposed to hide for around an hour and try not to get found. If you remain unfound, then good. Congratulations, you survive. You then return to the doll, which may have moved, pour salt on it and put it in a cupboard overnight. That ought to do it. Coming into number 6, we have Midnight Man. Midnight Man is a modern rehashing of an old pagan ritual and is essentially a game to summon a spirit. I feel like all of these games summon spirits, you know. To play, you write your name on a piece of paper. You have to prick your finger and produce a small drop of blood and put it on the paper. You then light a candle and then you tape the paper with your name on it to a wooden door. It has to be wooden, apparently, so. Timing is very important here. You have to then knock on the door 22 times, with the last knock coming exactly at the stroke of midnight. You then open the door, blow out the candle, close the door, relight the candle. To me, it's all a big faff. This apparently means that the Midnight Man is now in your house. Your job is to avoid being caught by the Midnight Man, who will try and scare you until 3:33 a.m. No more, no less. Honestly, I'd much rather just be in bed having a good sleep. It sounds like way too much aggro. Whatever you do, don't say his name 5 times unless you want to play the game, in which case, go ahead. That's right, guys, at number 5, we have Candyman. Candyman. Actually, do you know what? I think I'll stop there. The Candyman is allegedly a murder victim with a hook for a hand, like Captain Hook, one of my favourite characters ever. He's mean. If you say Candyman's name 5 times, then you will summon him. The only issue, aside from summoning a demon, is, you know, he's angry. He probably wants you to die. There is a movie made about it. Have you seen it? Let me know. Coming into number 4, we have the Devil's Dog. Yet another summoning game, although this one doesn't require a mirror. Shocker. If calling forth the Hounds of Hell is high up on your to-do list, then you'll be pleased to know it's actually pretty easy. All you have to do is close your eyes, although allegedly the game works best in a group of 4 with one person in the middle. Alone or together, you close your eyes and hunch into a little ball and say, Devil's Dog, Satan bring me Devil's Dog, over and over again until you feel scratch marks on your back. You'll likely even see them. This way you'll know that you've been marked by the Hellhounds. Apparently they'll provide you with protection, but you'll also be cursed, so, you know, again, Team Catan? Anyone? Coming into number 3, we have Mirror Tunnels. Mirror Tunnels is a classic parallel universe game. For this one, you're supposed to set up 2 very big mirrors facing one another, and then you physically stand in the middle. You stand looking in the mirror and count how many frames.
Because then you die and people are like, how'd they die? And they're like, well, I don't know, but they were doing this before. And then they're like, even if they don't believe, they're like, well, yeah, that was dumb of them to try. Like, no.
So you can see over your shoulder in your reflection, like mirror after mirror after mirror after mirror, kind of like that bit in Black Swan. It's actually, honestly, probably enough to send you mad. So you were supposed to look out for movement in the frames. You should be standing still, but one of your reflections might move in another dimension. Honestly, to me it's all a bit mind-bending, but basically, so it goes. One version of you in a different dimension may bring something bad to your current dimension. Do you know what? I've gone cross-eyed. I feel like we need to move on. It's too much. Although I will say, in every world in which you exist, are you always going to be good? Honestly, probably better just to leave this one alone. Okay, this is another scary game that comes from Japan, and to me that makes it a little bit scarier. We have the Bath game. Also known as Daruma-san, the Bath game involves summoning a grotesque ghost, and then you gotta stop it from catching you. Again, I'm sensing a theme here. This is like very normal for paranormal games, right? Honestly, Summoning a demon in the bath isn't my kind of party. I'd rather have a candle and a glass of wine and a good book, but whatever floats your boat. It seems that this game involves taking a bath at night in the dark and sitting facing the taps. You're supposed to wash your hair and then repeat the words Daruma-san fell down over and over again. You've got to keep your eyes shut, but you'll feel a presence in the bath with you. When you feel the presence, you should ask, why did you fall in the bath? When you feel like the presence finally leaves you, you've got to get out of the bath, but leave the water where it is, don't drain it. The next morning is when the game begins. The ghost of Daruma will follow you. She'll get closer as the day goes on, but you cannot let her catch you. When you see her over your shoulder, you must shout, Kita, which means I cut you loose, and then perform a karate chop. Kita! I mean, that sounds fun, but honestly, the whole thing sounds pretty pointless. Why spend a day escaping a demon when you could just, you know, be having a good day? Pray for devils have no reason. Satan waits to curse your ways. Have you seen it in his eyes in the sunset? Have you wonder if he's laughing when he plays? That's right, coming in.
See, that one, you have to live alone in order to pull that shit off. Like, and you shouldn't be pulling any of these shady games off when you're living by yourself anyway, or in general. But, like, I just picture some kid who's like, I'm gonna do this. And they have to leave the bathwater where they're at. And their mom goes in, they're like, why the fuck didn't you drain the tub? And you're like, no, leave it, I'm doing a thing. Like, you have to, like, not go to school, you have to be unemployed, or you have to use a day off, like, a scheduled day off to do this whole bullshit.
To number one, we have the Devil's Game. Great. So I found that terrifying description on a game listed on creepypasta.com, and it seems that the game has a 9.1 out of 10 rating from over 5,000 votes, so it must be scary. The game allegedly allows you to speak with the devil, and if you do it right, I quote, there's a fair chance you'll walk away scot-free. Good. The purpose of the game is not to make a deal with the devil, but just to ask him things. What type of things? Well, the post reads that he could very well be able to predict the winning numbers of tomorrow's Powerball, for example, or tell you what deadly undiagnosed condition might be afflicting one of your loved ones. How do you play? Well, the creepypasta says that the demon can be summoned at a church at midnight, but it works even better on a new moon, full moon, Friday the 13th, Halloween, etc. You will, you guessed it, need salt, 7 white or red candles, some matches, red string, a mirror. You cannot bring any electronic devices into the room, as apparently that is not something that the devil is okay with. Apparently all you have to do is light the candles and stare into the mirror and will the devil to come. When he appears, one is supposed to challenge him to a game of question and response. The best way to get a truthful answer from him, according to the creepypasta, is to accept a dare from him. Now I don't know about you, but I will not be doing any dares set to me by the devil. So guys, that was that. Before I go, I'm just gonna read some comments from the top 10 scary occurrences that have.
Yeesh! Nope. No need for any of that. That right there is some bullshit you should just never engage in. Don't test it. Don't give it a go. Don't try and be a hero. Oh my goodness. What a life. Ugh. What should we check out? What scary stuff are we interested in? This person did the Daruma-san challenge.
Subscribe. But either way, what's up guys, it's Sam. I am back here at the house, sadly.
Music don't come for me.
Night. Now I said I do not want to do these games alone, but the bath game only requires you to do the first part by yourself. Yes,
Which
in this game there are
me.
2
It's just
parts
me.
to the game. The ritual happens at night, the invitation if you will, and then the actual game itself happens tomorrow morning when I wake up. This ritual summons an ancient Japanese girl that died in a bathtub. I'm going to go into the bathtub, summon her, and in the morning I'm allowing her and inviting her to follow me throughout the day. The point of the game tomorrow will be to evade her and hopefully stop her from following me. I've heard mixed things about this game, whether or not she actually does anything harmful to you, possesses you, or kind of brings you to her same fate in the bathtub like she died. But I guess we will see. The first part takes place tonight. And just to make it even more special, it is 3 o'clock in the morning, Devil's Hour. Anything that could possibly be haunted probably happened at this hour. And as you saw from last video, this house is no less haunted than my last house, but at least I'm not making my house any more crazy. So let's go over the rules. Alright, so here's how you play the game. Before you go to bed at night, take off your clothes and go into the bathroom. Fill up the bathtub with water and turn off all the lights. Sit in the middle of the bathtub facing the faucet or taps. Now here's where it kind of gets weird. Wash your hair while repeating over and over the words Daruma-san fell down, Daruma-san fell down. In other words, this ritual, because it is a Japanese ritual, is otherwise known as Daruma-san. As you wash your hair, in your mind, you should see an image of a Japanese woman standing in a bathtub. She slips and falls into the rusty tap. The tap goes through her eye and kills her. This is why she haunts these bathtubs. I'm apparently supposed to keep repeating these same words, Daruma-san fell down, until I finish washing my hair. The entire time, I need to keep my eyes shut until I leave. It says I might hear or feel something behind me or over my shoulder. I should not open my eyes whatsoever. That just means the ritual has worked. When I feel that presence, I should say out loud, why did you fall in the bath? Keeping your eyes shut tightly. After that, stand up, get out of the bath with your eyes closed still, and exit the bathroom. As soon as you shut the door behind you, it is now safe to open your eyes. You gotta leave the water in the bath overnight and go to sleep. The next morning, when I wake up, the game will begin. I'll explain tomorrow morning what the rules are for the actual game and what I should and should not do. But let's go invite a random Japanese woman to take a bath with me.
Love that.
That should not be taken out of context.
That's your title.
Let's go. Unlike my other place, I have a giant freaking bathroom.
Jesus!
So I'm actually excited that I'm
Who
doing
is this person? Why are they that
here
rich?
rather than really tiny freaking
Do you need a roommate?
closed-off bathroom that I couldn't really get out of if I wanted to. But yeah, I'm filling up the bathtub right now as we speak. I got to be right.
It's got jets. Okay, new mystery. We need to figure out who this person is, if they're single, if they have a dog that needs walked, if they have an elderly person in their family that needs taken care of. New mission. We're going to get in. Who is this person? Who are you? 2.24 million subscribers. Oh, he's done a whole bunch of dumb stuff, it looks like. Good for him. Good for you, darling. This came out in 2017. Me tries the game. Me gets out of the tub and walks to the door. Me stops still. Me ends game. I was reading that comment. Okay.
Actions here. I'll turn off my computer. When the time comes, it's freaking creepy, guys, when I turn off the light. Sitting in a bath alone, like in a house alone, that like I'm not used to at all. Just, that's even more creepy than like doing my rituals at my house alone. It sucks. I don't know. Good thing is once I do the whole bath thing, or the whole bath ritual, tomorrow I can spend the day with whoever I want to, and it doesn't really matter. So, this is the only part that I have to do alone. Alright. The bath is done. Oh yeah! There we go. Pretty warm. Now it is time for me to turn off all the lights.
That is such a nice bathroom. I can't.
Oh shoot. So, as I was saying beforehand, I gotta take off my clothes, get in, and then turn towards the faucet and start chanting the rituals.
TOS,
Here we go.
TOS,
This might be
TOS,
freaking
TOS.
creepy. I laugh and I try to smile and I try to take these like 3 AM challenges lightly.
My new merch!
sometimes.
Tagged above.
Yeah.
Yeah, drag your friends to
But
being
don't forget,
murdered
guys,
by
also
an
one
old
thing,
Japanese
thank you
goat.
to
I
everyone
know.
who has subscribed for these
Rude.
games, and that's freaking awesome. I owe it to you guys so much. And for those of you guys that haven't, I want to give you an update. Like, we're down to only 50% of people that watch on a weekly basis that aren't subscribed, so please help us get that number down. And if you watch me on a weekly basis, or if you want to see all these scary vids, just subscribe. I mean, if you watch me anyway, why don't you freaking just hit the subscribe button?
I know, that's
Either
tempting.
way,
It's
but-
tempting. Mostly because I see you got money. Like, well earned. Well earned. You're an entertainer. You've made the monies.
So from here, I think it's pretty easy. I'm facing the
Alright, well, we know it's not going to work because he kept his skimpies on.
Now on, I'm gonna have to keep my eyes shut the entire time and start changing room of sand until I feel a ghost presence.
I mean, we're grateful he did.
Out of the bath.
Just a note.
This is gonna be hard. Best of luck. Here's goes to the 3 a.m. challenge. Get my hair wet a little bit. So we have to shoot the room of sand fell down. 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 Guys, I see a little lady. Not just imagine this Japanese woman in the bathtub. And I realize what I'm supposed to see, so maybe that's why I'm seeing that. Like, I know
Yeah.
people are gonna call out this as like I'm just BSing this, but I'm also
Power of
BSing
suggestion.
too. Like, maybe the only reason why I'm thinking about this is because I know that I'm supposed to be leaving. The room of sand fell down. The room of sand fell down. Please tell me you're not interested in me. If I watch this back and there's actually someone behind me, you know when you feel someone behind you, like you don't actually need to see them? I got that for like a split second. So I think that's it. So, okay. When I feel a presence, I say, why did you fall in the bathtub? Oh, I'm in chills, guys. Okay, again, I don't know where I am. I can't open my eyes or anything. Look, twice here since I've like started chanting this, I felt something behind me. It might be because I'm expecting, and I'm not just playing tricks on them. It's like 3 in the morning, so I'm also super tired. Screw it. The last step is getting out the bathtub and closing the bathroom door. Don't fall.
I bet he didn't even have a bath mat on the ground. He's tracking water all over the damn place.
Alright guys, bathroom door's closed. I gotta leave the water in the bath until morning. That's when I drain it. I apparently just have to sleep here and wake up, and nothing should happen to me until the morning. The morning is when the actual game starts. So I think that's where I end it here for tonight. I will see you guys in the morning. Peace. What's up guys? Good morning. I had a freaking weird nightmare. This house creaked so much in the night. It was a horrible, really bad sleep, but it is the morning, so I think the only other part of the ritual is I need to turn off the bath. It looks like it kind of half drained a little bit. It must not like be full. Oh, it's cold. Alright. I think that's it, and today I think I'm just supposed to see her a bunch. Let me see what the rules are. The next morning when I wake up, the game is supposed to have begun, so that's right now. Throughout the day, when I glance over my right shoulder, I'll occasionally catch a glimpse of this Japanese woman I was talking about last night. When she gets closer as the day goes on, you should shout "Tomare," which means stop, and run away as quickly as possible. To end the game, you must catch a glimpse of the ghostly woman and shout "Kita," which means I cut you loose. This is so weird. Then hold out your hand in front of you and swing it down in a cutting motion. You must end the game before midnight, otherwise. Hello? Hello?
Ma'am, if you're here, you are dragging up my water bill.
Like right as the bath is like completely drained, the turn that on. I'm so confused. The good thing about this is I'm just gonna go get ready and I can go back to my other house. I'm probably gonna go see Kat and Colby today and see if they still get haunted from the whole Midnight Man stuff in the last couple games. I don't know. Alright, I'll see you guys when I get ready. I'm just gonna take around this camera all day basically, and when I do, I'll just show you as much as I possibly can and try to get as much as I can on camera if I do catch a glimpse of her. See you. I was literally just about to stop by the house and Colby was calling me on the way. Can you repeat what you just said to me?
Okay, so I thought you were home for a second, but I guess now you're not home. But I was in my room editing, and I hear this crash in your room or whatever. So I went in there, and your paintings just completely off the wall and onto the ground. I thought you were like playing a trick on me for a second because I just heard a loud noise, but apparently not.
No, I've been at the other house like all day. I want to come see this. And here, I'll be up in 2 seconds.
God damn, what in the hell?
Yo.
These
Colby.
houses are insane.
What happened?
The painting.
Dude, what?
Okay, so the ghost isn't an art fan. That's a little rude, but okay.
I seriously
You're not screwing with me?
I thought you were screwing with me.
What?
Because I was in my room just like with my earphones and everything, and I hear a loud crash or whatever with all this midnight game stuff going on. I thought you were trying to like prank me, so I came in here really fast, like what the heck, getting ready to get my reaction or whatever, and I saw this and I was like, wait.
What the crap? I mean, this isn't like I haven't put this up on the wall yet. It's just every time it's just leaning right there, but I've never had that fall,
Yeah,
like
I don't
ever.
understand why it would fall
Like-
that far too.
Like it would have to, like yeah, it was even behind this probably. That it was leaning up against it, so there must have been some. I mean, actually,
window's
yeah,
open.
the window's open and this fan is still on. This fan,
but how did it get knocked over? That's probably just a crash I heard.
yeah, probably. This is like heavy, and it like broke too.
Brendan could have done that.
Brennan could have done that.
Brendan's spotted.
Oh yeah, that's so weird. What the crap? This is, I don't know if you've seen, but like I just decided to get somewhere else because this room obviously like just is so like crazy right now. I don't know. I'm scared of my own room right now. It's pretty insane. Last night I did this thing called the bath game, and it's the only challenge that like happens like during the day. Apparently all day today this like Japanese ghost is following me.
Oh, shit.
But this happened when I wasn't here.
Yeah.
So this doesn't make any sense.
Well, now you got the freaking Midnight Man here, a freaking Japanese dude in a bath trying to find you. Like, what next?
Exactly. This is why I'm not at this house, because I feel like anything more is just gonna ruin this house. I don't know what I'm
I
gonna.
feel like this house is almost already ruined.
Nothing's happened to your room, right?
Nothing's happened to my room specifically, but I still hear noises and stuff all around the house.
True. That's so weird. I mean, I'm glad I caught that as it was happening, I guess, but this is an exact reason as to why I'm not at my own house. Like, if I'm gonna continue doing these rituals, I gotta like go other places, or just our house is gonna be ruined. My room is already haunted. Again, I'll have to ask all the roommates. That might have been Aaron, that might have been someone like setting up a prank, because literally everyone's filming in this house. So like I said, it could have been somebody else. It could have just been Colby too, screwing with me. But I mean, he sounded like he didn't know what was going on either. Anyway, I'm out of here. I'm gonna go see what's up with Kat. As of right now, I haven't really felt a presence behind me. This is the first thing all day that's happened. So I guess I'll see you later. Guys, Katrina and I just went to lunch for some Mexican food, and it might be the Mexican food, but you were saying during lunch that you weren't feeling well.
For the past few hours, I'm just like feeling really sick. And I don't know what it is.
It's been like at least 24 hours since we've done like any of the ritual stuff. You were home last night. Did you have anything weird to eat last night or anything like that?
No. And it's just like I can't even eat.
Did you like see anything, feel anything, or whatever? I did a bath ritual. We were talking about this earlier, but I was doing this ritual last night. It didn't have anything to do with you. Nothing? So
Weird.
it's literally just been your sickness. I don't know, guys. I don't understand this whole like bath game thing, because today what was supposed to happen was I was supposed to feel like presences behind me, and I haven't felt much of that. I've only seen like weird things happen. Like she randomly gets sick out of nowhere, and then something weird happens to my room. I feel like something's around, but it's not what I'm expecting, you know? If there's any more weird stuff going on, then I'll let you know. Alright, well, I was just taking Katrina home. She actually really doesn't feel that great, and I feel honestly bad. I don't want to blame it on like all the weird ritual stuff that I've done, but like she really, really hardcore believes in this stuff, so like she really thinks that that could be the answer to like why she's feeling bad. But as for me, as for today, like I said, I was gonna carry my camera around and I was gonna show you every weird thing that happened today, and I did. There just wasn't the stuff that I expected, like the over the shoulder, someone always behind you doing things. Like it really, I don't think it worked that much for me. I mean, like the house is fine, like nothing weird happened in my bathroom. Like, I don't know. Honestly, I felt better today than any other ritual day, like in any of the other weird bad spirit stuff that's been happening. So like maybe it didn't work. Maybe I did it wrong. I have no idea. With that being said, there was a lot of other weird stuff that's happening, but maybe I did just do this specific one wrong, and I know other things, especially my other house and this house, have been haunted by other games. So it was just weird and creepy vibe overall. But again, I think these are fun a lot of the time. So how about we get this to 50,000 likes if you want to see me do another scary game. And if you do like these, please subscribe. I know there's a lot of you guys that watch these scary games, but hey, if you're gonna watch them every week, why not just subscribe? But either way, I really hate that freaking wardrobe. That is probably the scariest thing about this house. But I'll see you guys next time with another 3 a.m. challenge. Peace.
Goodness, this person. Goodness. He's got a fuck ton of these. When's the last time they posted? 2 months ago. I stayed overnight in my Tesla. I just saw that below.
Hi, Daisy.
She's snoozing. It's hard being a puppy, you know.
Lauren had told her friends multiple times that she felt someone had been inside her apartment, and she also started getting an eerie vibe when she came back alone, especially late at night. It was as though she could sense something wasn't right, and she even thought about moving multiple times, but unfortunately never went through with it. The reality was that Stephen McDaniel had stolen a master's key from a security guard and let himself into her apartment and looked around on several occasions. He also started filming her when she would leave and return to her apartment during all hours of the day. Had Lauren been in this situation before, or even knew anyone that had, she may have trusted her intuition and unknowingly saved herself from a tragic fate. But that's the key word: trust. She had no proof of the danger she was in, only conviction, which unfortunately wasn't strong enough when it was most needed. Stephen McDaniel snuck into Lauren's apartment once more, only this time she was sleeping.
This is the face of someone stable. He looks like Deagle and Smeagol before Smeagol became all raggedy looking in Lord of the Rings.
Inside, Lauren put up a courageous fight and clawed at her attacker's face and chest, but she was eventually overpowered and died of asphyxiation. 3 days later, Lauren's concerned friends would arrive at her apartment and let themselves in with a spare key. McDaniel would notice from his window and invited himself inside as he offered to help. All of her belongings were still inside, including her cell phone, driver's license, and passport. A missing persons report was filed that night. A search party commenced the next morning, and police would discover the victim's torso at 9:40 a.m. It was placed in a trash can next to the apartment complex. The rest of the victim's remains were never recovered. The investigation was then switched from a missing person to murder. Police canvassed the surrounding area and began conducting interviews with neighbors and classmates, one of whom was Stephen McDaniel. But he was first interviewed by the local news, and at the time was unaware that part of the victim's remains had been discovered.
We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see her?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
Had you heard anything? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
I think
it was like irresponsible journalism, but I guess it's journalism these days.
This is most likely a genuine reaction disguised as another. He is most likely feeling a sense of fear and shock over the fact a substantial piece of evidence has been discovered, yet he plays it off as a feeling of sorrow over the loss of his supposed friend.
I don't know anyone that would want to hurt her. She was as nice a person as there is.
Was she moving soon? Did you know anything about her?
Yeah. She was going to be moving out today. Why would anyone do this? Maybe I could have helped it. I mean, they went in. We looked around the place. No sign of a struggle. No sign that anyone had broken in. Just nothing.
He was interviewed by police at 11:50 a.m. and offered to help in any way he could, yet came across as fidgety and apprehensive the entire time. There were two highlighted moments of the interview. The first was when Stephen asserted that he was a virgin, saving himself for marriage. The second was when the detective discovered scratch marks on his face and stomach, which he asserted were done by himself in his sleep. He at that point unknowingly became the prime suspect and was asked if police could search his apartment. Stephen reluctantly accepted and was then transported back to the complex with 4 other investigators. While searching his apartment, they discovered a collection of swords, guns, toilet rolls, stockpiled provisions as if he was expecting an apocalyptic event, and a mask made out of women's underwear. The most significant discovery, however, was a pack of condoms. Stephen was asked why he would have such an item in his possession if he was staying celibate before marriage, at which point he miraculously confessed to stealing them from another apartment. This gave the detectives probable cause for arrest, and Stephen was placed in handcuffs and brought back to the police station. His interrogation began just after 11 p.m.
All right. I just got to ask you a few more questions. You came down earlier tonight, me and you talked, all right? You don't have any weapons on you, do you? That's just you are. What's wrong? You know Detective Patterson, right? Yes. Do you remember? Put your hands up here. You remember us talking earlier tonight? Right? You remember me earlier in the day? Yes. We came down here and talked a little bit and then we left? Yes. Okay.
The monotone dialogue and lifeless demeanor you see here reportedly started on the drive back to the police station, and the suspect's conduct throughout the entire procedure is not only mystifying, but almost impressive. This is one of the most extraordinary pieces of interrogation footage to ever reach the public domain.
I need to know about this girl right here. You know her? Yes. Who is that? Lauren Giddens. Does she live next door to you? Yes. When's the last time you seen her? 2 or 3 weeks ago. Okay. Was you friends with Lauren? Yes. Look at me when you talk to son. Okay?
The suspect has morphed himself into this abnormal and extremely creepy character. Whether it's a strategy or some sort of mental breakdown is unclear. But what's incredible is that it somewhat dictates the pace of the interrogation. The detective has just closed the distance and commanded eye contact, both of which are recognized techniques to increase psychological pressure. Yet the absurdly haunting manner in which the suspect turns his head and fixes his gaze unnerves the detective to the point where he becomes the one to look away and reset his posture. This essentially never happens in interrogations, as it can give the suspect an incredible boost in confidence.
Look at me when you talk to son. Okay? Was you friends with her? Yes. Close friends? I mean, y'all were friends, right? Both of y'all were law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right? Yes. What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law? Yes. Is that what you want to do for a living? Yes. Okay.
The detective steps back from his initially aggressive strategy. He asks trivial questions for 35 seconds before attempting to ramp up the pressure in a more subtle manner.
And you've lived next to Lauren for a long time? Yes. Do you know where she's at tonight? No. Hmm? No. Have you ever seen her with that dress on? No. You have no idea where she's at? Yes. Look, just tell me what happened, brother. Well, where's she at? I'm asking you for your help. I'm a detective, and I'm asking you for your help. Can you help me? What do you mean you don't know? You can't help a friend out? I don't know what you mean. I need to know where Lauren's at. I don't know. Do you even care that no one can find her? Yes. I mean, I don't know, do you? Yes. What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment? That was like a mask. It was cut out like a mask. You cut underwear out to look like a mask? No. Are you a knife collector or a knife person or? No. You just like knives? I used to collect swords. I mean, do you know your swords? Yes. I mean, to sell and trade swords? No. Is that how Lauren looked with the long hair the last time you seen her? Yes. Or did she cut? That's how she looks? Yes. I mean, earlier today, me and you sit here and talk normal. What's going on with you now? Why are you acting like this? I need to know. Why all of a sudden you're acting like this? I don't understand. Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked. But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on. something happen or something to you? I mean, why are you shutting down? Why are you not talking to me?
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
People like him are why I want to
You're
study
not scared,
abnormal
are you?
psychology.
No.
Stephen's demeanor doesn't waver for the first 20 minutes, so the detective eventually takes a more distinctly aggressive approach. He attacks the subject's character to see if it might coax him out of the act and into defending his dignity.
This degree, if I want to go for a degree then in forensic or criminal, so that way I have that direct link, or if I should just see what I can do with what I have now, because I do want to eventually get back to law enforcement. Get to law enforcement. I say that like I've done anything before, but get to law enforcement, like it might be interesting to work in a prison or something. I don't know.
Dignity.
But yeah,
You got
it's
your
fascinating.
ass on that fucking news.
Right now I'm working on
Stood
my
out there
master's in clinical
and
mental
gave
health
a
counseling.
media
I just started my
report
second
that her
year of
mother
the
saw
program.
about her missing daughter. And you want me to sit there and tell him that you don't know? Is that what you want me to tell him? Because you're all over the news.
You're all over the news.
You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media. But now you're going to get out here and you don't fucking know. You know.
Oh shit.
You're just a sorry piece of shit.
Oh shit.
that don't give a fuck.
Here we go. He's hitting him with it.
Right?
No.
Well, why'd you tell the media everything? Do you need to see what you told the media today? It was on the 11 o'clock news. Well, I'm asking you. Tell me. I want to know.
I don't know where she is.
That ain't what you told the media. You didn't stand in front of that camera and say, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Jesus God. You punch him.
I need you to tell
Hey,
me
Paul, how are
what
you
you
doing?
want me to tell her mother. And then I won't ask you another thing. I'm not going to tell her
You having
mother
a good
that
day?
you don't know. Because her mother saw you on the news tonight. And she cried all the way down to Macon. Because you had the balls to get on the news and tell everybody everything. So this little act that you're doing right now ain't working with me. Okay? So you need to snap out of it and tell me what the hell happened. So we can move on.
I don't know.
Well, how many times you gonna say I don't know?
I don't know.
How many times you gonna say it? If you did something
It's night, but yeah, good one. How
that you
about you?
regret, just let me
It's
know.
evening here. It's like 5:30.
I didn't.
Good so far.
Who did?
I don't know.
Just doing some chill stuff.
Whether
We did
it was
some Power
planned or
Wash
not,
Simulator
the
and
second
then switched
detective
to
enters the room
YouTube
with a
reviews
similar
and stuff.
strategy of
Reviews.
immediate
We're just
aggression.
watching some
Rapport
creepy stuff I
development
found
seems
on
to have
YouTube.
been collectively thrown by the wayside.
Thank you for asking.
What's up, buddy? Did you talk to him about his guns?
Yeah.
When was the last time you shot those guns?
I haven't.
His last
You've
time
never
we
shot a
shot
gun?
guns.
No.
Have you ever shot any gun in your whole life?
No.
Never.
No.
He's just mad because he's got banging
So
hair.
you bought
I know.
3 guns that you've
He's
never
got,
shot.
He's got
Yes.
Wow.
Dan hair from the Game Grumps. Like he's got
For
some
what?
bad flow in those locks right there.
For what? I'm asking for what? Why do you want to have them? What makes did they give
I
you?
know,
I mean,
Sharon.
tell me why it's important to you to have 3 guns. That's an easy question. Come on, talk to me, buddy. Me and you talked all day today. We ain't had a problem communicating.
Talk to me, bud.
Why is it important for you to have 3 guns? Do you not know?
No.
You say you don't know where Lauren is, right?
Right.
You told me earlier you and Lauren were friends, right?
Yes.
How would you describe y'all's relationship?
She was my friend.
She was your friend. What did you ever do things for her? Did she ever do things for you? What did she ever do for you?
We talked.
We talked. What y'all talk about?
News.
The news. Okay. How many times have you been in her apartment with her hanging out?
I don't know.
You don't know? If you had to guess, what was just, I mean, 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, what?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2? See, if I had only been somewhere twice, I could remember that. If I had been there over 50 times and you asked me how many times I've been, like, I don't know, a lot. But the fact that you've only been there twice, when I say how many times you've been there, you say you don't know, that's just odd to me. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
That does make sense. So what I'm saying right now makes sense.
No.
No. My professor's at me, so what I'm saying to you right now makes sense. Yes, it
Lauren's
makes sense.
missing.
No.
This pretty little girl right here, your neighbor, she's missing.
Much like Detective 1, Detective 2 now valiantly moves in for the psychological charge. He closes the distance and locks eye contact. His physical demeanor, alongside a prolonged gaze, will hopefully crack the suspect's fortified barrier. Once broken, the momentum will commence and the suspect will be more likely to divulge incriminating information. All the detective has to do is maintain eye contact for longer than his adversary. It's a psychological battle of attrition between 2 opposing forces, and these moments can sometimes last for minutes on end.
I know.
Me and you both know it's no different than when you was a little kid, right? And you reached in that cookie jar and you got caught after your mama told you not to get that cookie. And when she was, did you get a cookie?
Was the girl as old as him? I think they were roughly the same age.
And whenever you tell a lie,
I'd have to go back
you
to
feel
the
bad
beginning. She's in her
about it
20s,
right
I'm pretty
then.
sure.
One, with every lie, there's a
And
chance
this guy,
you're
if you
gonna
see
get
a
caught.
picture of him, he looks like he might be in his 20s.
And that weighs on you. Because you know you did something bad. Am I right?
I didn't do it.
You didn't
I
take the
used to have
cookie?
staring contests with the sun. You're not
You
winning.
smell like you've been cleaning up, like you've been using cleaner to clean up. I know what that smells like. My wife smells like that all the time when she cleans the house. You've been using some kind of cleaner to clean up your apartment, hadn't you?
No.
Steven, you telling me you live it like a man? How does your apartment get cleaned?
I cleaned it.
When was the last time you cleaned it, Steven?
I don't remember.
Was it this week?
No.
You mean you go a whole week without cleaning?
Listen, don't throw any
Wow.
shade, detective.
That's horrible, Steven. I don't know how else to say it, Steven. Let me tell you what I think. I think that she was a friend of yours. Look at her
Listen,
right here.
sometimes it's hard, okay? You're tired
I
and you
think
don't
that
want to
she was
clean.
a friend of yours. And I think something happened, Steven. You used to watch her come in and out of her apartment, didn't you?
No.
Can't tell if that guy, that detective
Well, how
has a
y'all
baby
doing?
mullet going on.
We're just talking. See that pretty
Or if
girl
that's
right
just
there?
like the collar of his shirt blending into his hair.
You telling me you looked at a pretty girl like that and you never once thought, ever, man, she looks good. You never thought that?
I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? You know how when you're sitting there you see a girl walking down the road? And you say, man, that girl looks good. You ever see a good looking girl down the road and you think to yourself, man, that girl looks good?
Yes.
You never thought that about her?
Yes.
So you mean to tell me you look at porn on the internet and get off to that, but you never looked at her and said, man, I wonder what it'd be like to have sex with her?
Yes.
You have?
No.
Yes. No.
Steven, this is hard, buddy. I know this is hard.
This is why third world countries.
And I can tell it's on you want to let it go.
It's hanging
There's
like
blood
this.
in your apartment,
Jesus,
Steven.
I don't know about that.
You
man.
didn't get it all up.
This is the widely recognized futility technique, which is used to make the subject believe it is useless to resist due to the overwhelming evidence against them. It's most effective when the interrogator can play on doubts that already exist in the subject's mind. The only problem here is that Stephen didn't dismember Lauren inside his apartment. It all happened in Lauren's apartment, so the detective's bluff is already called at this point.
It didn't all come off. You scrubbed and you wiped. But we can tell that. Don't you watch CSI?
Don't you watch CSI?
Yeah, we know it. Steven, why is there blood in your bathroom?
The detective now completely shifts his strategy from confrontational and aggressive to sympathetic and understanding. He attempts to create a connection and then afford Stephen a more socially acceptable reason for the crime. This is extremely difficult to pull off after a direct confrontation, as there is no established rapport nor trust. The usual routine is the exact opposite. You would first build rapport and then get aggressive once a connection has been attained.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. I wanted to be here with you to go through that process because I know you're not a monster, man. I know you're not a bad guy. You're just a hard-working student trying to pass a bar exam, ain't you? You ain't got a lot of support from your family, do you?
Yes.
You do?
The strategy fails at the first hurdle. Stephen immediately shuts down the afforded sympathy and reasoning behind the alleged crime, which was the concept of unsupportive parents. But the detective now attempts to roll with it.
A lot of people can't say that. And the fact that you do have support from your family should make things easier. Your family wants to feel like they've raised somebody that tells the truth and is honest, right?
Yes.
Did you hurt that girl, Stephen?
No.
Have you ever heard
This dude
anyone,
is a pro
Stephen?
at being interrogated. Says the same my
Never
first
heard
rodeo,
anyone.
thank you. I think I know what I'm doing.
I've heard people, Stephen. I've made mistakes in my life. It's not even normal to say you've never hurt anybody. Sometimes people get mad and they say things they don't mean to say. It hurts. You never kicked a dog or a cat?
The lead detective then asks non-confrontational questions for almost 30 minutes, which is most likely to see if it will change the suspect's demeanor and the manner in which he responds. But it doesn't. Stephen maintains the same lifeless disposition which he has now kept up for almost 90 minutes.
I too maintain the
crazy?
same lifeless disposition that I've kept up for 24 years.
I was talking to people that he works with and everything. They talk about how he's always expresses himself.
But he don't know.
He's very talkative. Stephen, they say you're so talkative, buddy, that you always so friendly. You stop in and say hello, and you talk. Why is it that you're acting so short with us tonight? If you have all this character and personality about you, why is it that everything that we get from you is yes, no, or I don't know?
I don't know.
Why are you acting like this, Stephen? You see how I'm able to talk in complete sentences? Like we're having a conversation, but the only thing you're bringing to the table is a yes, no, or I don't know. Stephen, did you hurt that girl?
No.
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes.
Just tell me if you
Have
did.
you lied to me at all in this interview?
No.
Yes, you have, Stephen. When was the last time you did laundry?
A few weeks ago.
You ain't washed clothes in a few weeks?
Again, the judgment from this man,
Why?
alright?
I have a lot of clothes.
No, you don't. That's another lie. You don't have a lot of clothes.
Yes, I do.
No. You got enough underwear to last you 3 weeks.
Yes.
That's the strat.
Do you wear the same pair of underwear more than one day?
Yes.
I
Why?
know for a fact if they have evidence against you,
Because
this
it's so
talk
easy
never
to
happens,
wear.
so I would bluff all the way.
Where's that
Yeah?
little girl, Stephen?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know. You're going to look at this right here, this little girl right here, and you're going to say you don't know? I know you know.
I don't.
Yes, you know. What are you going to say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? What are you going to say to me then?
Maybe it's to like
'Cause
give
you know,
them
like,
an
I go like
opportunity
that.
to confess.
Look at my hair. That's how
Can't have
easy it falls
direct
out.
confession. It's
Look at
hard
all
to
that on your
go
head.
against in court.
You don't think nothing fell out?
And
It
you
did.
just
We just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. So you didn't look like a monster at the end. Because you know what? I don't believe that you're a monster, Steven.
I'm surprised they didn't talk about reading him his rights, or like he hasn't asked for a lawyer yet. But maybe like it's just not in the head there where he's like, I should ask about a lawyer. I don't know.
I believe that you're a good guy.
The entire
You've
point
been
of
picked
interrogation is
on.
to get info
Girls
from
didn't
you
show
to
you the
catch
respect
you.
that you
They
deserved.
know they
You did something
show you and
stupid.
take you to jail.
And I believe you feel bad about it. And that's why you're all freaked out
Pink
right
Shirt
now.
enjoys this.
But I'm giving you the opportunity
That's
to
something
get
to
right.
look into, right?
I'm giving you an opportunity to show everybody you're not a monster, that you feel bad about what happened. Your hair's there, man. Your hair is there. That's right, buddy. See that?
Hair is there.
Look at it.
It's just like dandruff on the paper.
See how easy?
Nasty.
See this stuff right
You're
here in your
nasty.
head? Yeah, it fell out of your
Sorry,
head when you
it's
was
my
moving the
loudness
body,
disrupting
Steven.
your sleep.
That's right. You remember moving the body? Yes, you do, Steven.
Yes, you do. Steve.
Why, man? Why?
Why? Yeah, Sherman. Why?
Tell me, bud. Yes, you did, Steven. We want you to tell it so that way people will understand you're not a monster. Things just, you got out of control. It's a sickness.
Sickness. It's down.
Why'd you do it, Steven? Steven, why are you going to keep telling that?
Steven.
You hurt that girl. Yes, you did, Steven. You hurt her, man.
But I think
She
if
was
they have
screaming.
the evidence. Okay, so going back, point is to get info from you to catch you. If they know, they show you and take you to jail. I think it's just because in court, like, evidence can always be contested. They can always say, well, the reason his hair was there is, you know, it's not like they never hung out. You know, maybe they saw each other, or wind carried his hair or some shit. Like, you can always pull something like that out of your ass. So maybe they're just trying to get a confession, because then it's like, oh, it's not just the hair. Like, he literally said he did it. And then they would just have to contest pressures of interrogation as the reason for the confession or something.
Screaming, Steven. Why?
Why?
And I know you feel bad about it. I can see it in your face. What came over you, man?
I can see it in your face.
What happened, Steven? I know you
He's
don't
doing
know.
the OJ tactic.
You couldn't control it, could you?
I didn't do it.
Steven! They steal your hair and take it over there? They didn't, did they? That's right. It's all sinking in right now. He knows, is what you're thinking. Steven, I don't want it to be a game between me and you.
Pink shirt leg stance is so dominant, I know.
I
He's
know
got
it hurt.
the wide legs, the hand on the hip, the leaning forward. I think the pink shirt was strategic. He wore that shirt to throw him off his game. He's like, Steven's gonna look at this shirt and be like, oh, this guy couldn't do any harm. And then he busts out the power stance and leans in.
And I know
All
you're
bets
not
are
an
off
awful
when the
person,
legs
you
are
won't
like that
tell
and the
it.
hands on the
Your
hip.
hair was there, Steven. We've all
Hair
known
was
it all
there.
along. We wanted just to give you an opportunity to tell what happened. Did y'all have sex?
No.
Did you try to have sex?
No.
Think about having sex?
No.
Liar. What kind of man doesn't think about having sex? You said earlier you like girls, right?
Because I
Yes.
You said she's a pretty girl, right?
You had to yell at someone at work.
What'd you do
Okay,
to her,
pink
Steven?
does not equal like incapable. So like,
You're
good
lying.
for you. You're like, no,
You
I'm
hurt
gonna wear
that
this
girl.
hot pink hat, and I'm still gonna
Sure
show
it
them
did. That's why you're
class.
having this massive meltdown right
I
now.
call this my Pepto-Bismol.
The detective quite literally repeats the phrase, "You hurt that girl," to which Stephen responds, "No, I didn't." And this goes on for the best part of 20 minutes. Perhaps the detective's strategy was to induce mental exhaustion, yet it had no effect whatsoever.
Why did you hurt that girl?
I didn't.
Why'd you hurt her, Steve?
I didn't.
You heard her, Steven.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I had to yell at someone at work.
Take this from me. You don't deserve to look at it. Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I
Stay
appreciate
right
all
here,
your
okay?
cooperation.
Gets
tonight,
up,
okay?
leaves anyway, like, stay right here, okay? No, I don't think I will. Well, I mean, it doesn't look like he's in handcuffs. I can't tell, though.
Alright, we're getting ready to go. I just need to discuss a few more things with you.
The lead detective now abandons the pursuit of any sort of admission. He instead proceeds to belittle and humiliate the
Steven's
suspect
straight
as much as
chillin',
possible.
honestly,
It
yeah.
may have a tactical purpose, but it's more likely out of frustration, alongside the fact he is certain of the suspect's culpability.
He's
Where
not cuffed, he's
I
still
know
got
earlier
his
today
chain
you
on.
told me you stayed home all weekend, right? In your apartment.
Yes.
Did anybody see you? Did you talk to anybody over the weekend? Were you on your computer all weekend? Is there anything I can look at that I can say,
He says, I'm not going to tell you I was on my computer all weekend. Pink Shirt's going to come in here and shame me again, just like he shamed me for the
he
cleaning
couldn't
of the
be
laundry.
involved because he was on the computer, or he was online on a porn site, or he was online
Do you have
doing
any friends who
college
can vouch
work
for
or
you that
anything
you're online at a porn site?
that would exclude you as being involved altogether. I mean,
Note
did anybody
yourself,
see you this
okay?
weekend at the house? Did you go out to get a
On the off
newspaper?
chance that, you could be
Did you
convicted
wave
of
to a
crime, let
neighbor?
people know when you're
or just
online
locked
and what
yourself
you're
in
doing.
all week?
Hey, Ma, just let
Yes.
me know I'm online watching
Nobody
porn.
saw you?
No.
I mean, what do you just stay in the house all day?
Why does everyone
I mean,
think
what do
it's
you
a
do
game
all
that's
day in the
watching porn all
house?
day? I
mean,
know,
you've
come
always
on
done that your
now.
whole life? You
Come
don't
on
have
now.
no friends?
I
How
have,
can you
That's
go
only
your
like
whole
2
life
hours
without
of the day.
friends?
It's not all day.
I have friends.
Where they at?
Twas a jest, if you will.
Where they at? You have any friends here in Macon?
Yes.
Name one, because everybody I talked to said they ain't your friend.
Oh, damn!
Cass
Oh!
Lawson, Ashley Morehouse, Carmen Love.
That's the same people I talked to today, and they're not your friend. Okay?
Quick, Steven,
One of
pull
the
out what
reasons
framing you for
interrogations
murder.
are so fascinating is the ethical vacuum it creates for everyone inside its bubble. In any other circumstance, the detective's behavior here would be considered cruel and reprehensible. He's essentially bullying the suspect, yet the empathy we would normally have is now stripped away through the impression of retribution. We know this person has done something horrific, and the treatment he is now receiving is merited through his own actions.
They're not your friend. I mean, it's all over anyways.
So,
I just wanted to know what was going on tonight. The game's over. I mean, we know what you did to her, so we just want to know what you, if you were gonna tell us or not.
I didn't do anything.
Well, that's what you say. But we know different.
that
So
chair is
you're
even
5
going like,
feet away.
Steven, just say yes.
But
Please say yes.
we already know.
That's why for my setup, I
You
have
don't
like an
kill.
actual armchair. Like
And
mine's
then
a
you put her body in
throne
the trash
because I wanted to be
can.
able to curl up into
News
it
media
and
knows
like
it.
I didn't want that type of squeakiness because I'm
Glenda
just
knows
driving
it's your
fucking
mother.
crazy.
Your sister.
This is the one thing I hate about interrogations because if he really was innocent, this entire thing is so damaging. Yeah. I actually wrote a paper a while back about, so I proposed an experiment for how, it was like investigating / an experiment explaining how police can flub interrogations or like get false confessions, because even when somebody's intoxicated, they can still interrogate somebody who's intoxicated. So like how the power of suggestion is just right there, you know? So like that's kind of like what they were talking about there with like psychological exhaustion, like just wearing them down like hour after hour. Like it comes to a point where you wonder how many times somebody's just confessed because they're like, well, it's already been put against me. So, and there's actually another video on this channel that we're on right now that talks a little bit about that, so we'll check that out after this if y'all are interested.
Knows it. Your sister's husband knows it. The one that used to beat your sister. He knows it. You know what he said? He said he's a crazy motherfucker is what he said. When I called him. That's your own family calling you crazy. Nobody wants to see you. Nobody's coming to visit you.
Implied isolation.
So you can sit there with that dumb look on your face. But it's over.
That's brutal.
The entire interrogation took over 2 hours. When sped up by 20,000%, you truly get a glimpse of how remarkable the suspect's catatonic performance was.
Yeah, if that's an act, that's exhausting to keep up. When somebody came in and signed that, they may have been his Miranda rights. I wonder if anyone has ever sued for emotional damages after an interrogation like this. Oh,
His mother came to speak with him soon after this moment, and although he maintained his innocence, he immediately snapped out of the zombie-like character. It's difficult to interpret the reasoning behind the performance, whether it was a pre-planned strategy, improvised in the moment, or some type of psychological breakdown is unclear. But whatever it was, it evidently seemed to work, as the interrogators got nothing. The suspect's behavior was so abnormal, they were essentially at a loss with what to do, or where to even start with a specific plan of attack. The evidence, however, was irrefutable. Hundreds of pictures of Lauren were discovered on Stephen's flash drive, along with multiple video recordings of inside her apartment. A hacksaw was found in a supply closet of the apartment complex, and it was marked red with what was later identified as Lauren's blood through DNA testing. The packaging for the exact same hacksaw was found in Stephen's apartment. When confronted with the evidence, he took a plea deal to avoid the death penalty and was rendered a life sentence without the possibility of parole. He is currently being held at the high-security Hancock State Prison in Sparta, Georgia. One of the more discussed elements to the present day is the motive behind the crime. What was the reasoning behind Stephen's actions that night? He asserts that murder was never his intention, but simply the result of momentary panic and confusion, all preceded by the foolish decision to break into an apartment, which stemmed from a potent yet harmless infatuation with a girl he found attractive. He essentially tried to make out that his behavior was devious and calculating, but not evil or perverted. Public opinion on the matter varies, yet the general consensus is that the murder was premeditated, mainly due to the fact that he had bought the hacksaw just days prior to the murder. A popular psychological viewpoint takes us back to the personality of a stalker. Lauren was set to move out the very same day she was murdered, which brings some to believe that Stephen was terrified.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I think these interrogations are for. It's like to, you know, you have the evidence, you're bringing them in, you're giving them a chance to tell you the full story, to minimize having to present that in court, particularly in front of the family of the victim, you know? Or even the family of the accused. Like, we're giving you this chance to do this now, or we're going to have to do it in a much more painful fashion in front of the court. You chose to not do that in that interrogation room, so that means we're going to do it in court. You shouldn't get to take that plea deal.
By the notion
Well, I don't know. That seems like a strong, like you shouldn't get to. It's just interesting to think about.
Of change. That the person he had been infatuated with and fantasized over for so long was no longer going to be a part of his life. And no matter how obscure and unreciprocated their association was, he couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Rather than Lauren going on to live the promising life that lay ahead of her and leaving Stephen behind as a forgotten memory, he has now in some abstract manner connected them both forever.
Interesting. His hair, though, on point. Honestly, the Bee Gees could never, like, DM. Oh my goodness. Yes. Also, LOL, or LOL poll, we're gonna call you LOL poll. If you're still there, I was talking about, we're gonna be doing our stream of Screams on October 29th. There's advertisements in the below, like my About Me stuff on Twitch, and then like on social media if you wanted to check those out. But if you had any scary stories or anything that you wanted to share, just message them to me over on Twitter or something. That way we could share them. That would be fun. I want to hear y'all's scary stories as well. Jackie and I are each going to share our own. This is on JCS Criminal Psychology, by the way. You're for the death penalty in some situations. It's tough to be for or against it. Because, yeah, in some instances, I'm like, yeah, I'm for the death penalties, particularly if it involves children, you know? It's just complex. Anything to do with kids' death, you know, I respect that. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, is punishment for, like, crimes against children. It's interesting. It's an interesting thing. This is what I was talking about, guilty until proven innocent.
With respect to interrogation analysis, it's no secret the benefit of hindsight gives you a considerable advantage when evaluating information. When you know a subject is guilty, it allows you to exclusively look for guilty behavior. The knowledge of outcome highlights the imperatives while stripping away non-essentials, and this allows you to calculate certain things that would otherwise be overlooked by cause of your own doubt. Hindsight is 20/20. Everyone is well aware of this aphorism, and what's fascinating is that it not only applies, but is far more compatible to the innocent than it is to the guilty. The reason for this is because the information you have to scrutinize is reduced when dealing with innocent subjects. When you remove the versatile factors of misdirection and trickery, you're left with relatively straightforward behavior in comparison. Of course, the argument that everyone is different and can react in a different manner has merit. Human beings are unique, and there will always be exceptions to every rule, especially when you take into consideration that trauma can cause atypical behavior. Yet, atypical behavior and guilty behavior are generally distinguished from each other with relative ease. And that brings us to example number 1. 37-year-old Michael Dixon, described by his peers as popular, friendly, but also unassuming and reserved. A self-professed introvert who turned down a job as a trade show presenter due to his fear of public speaking, and kept his position as a trade show assembler instead. On August 15, 2003, in Hamilton, Ontario, police were called to report a man breaking into a jewelry store. 2 officers responded and chased the perpetrator from the store down an alley before momentarily losing sight of them. At the same time, Michael Dixon was getting off a bus nearby coming home from work. He was the first person the police saw when coming out of the alley and was then arrested at gunpoint. Dixon voiced his innocence but didn't resist arrest and stated he would help in any way he could. He was taken to the Hamilton police station and questioned 2 hours after his arrest.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Michael. It's okay.
One could advocate this as a common policing misstep if it weren't for the suspect being described as a small white man in the 911 call. As well as not being white, Dixon is 6'3". This detective has either forgotten standard procedure to review the call to dispatch, or for some reason decided to reject it as evidence altogether. Michael is informed the room is being recorded and then read his rights. He asserts he is willing to speak with a detective and help with the investigation.
Okay, why we're here is because earlier tonight you were arrested for breaking into a jewelry store on John Street South. Now,
how does the call say
your innocence and guilt in this, quite frankly,
black man? Oh,
and steal a especially when you take into consideration fear of public. Same time, Michael Dixon was getting off on call.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So do responders not need to? Is it not mandatory that responders listen to 911 calls? Did the dispatcher miss that detail, or like the call center or what the fuck ever it is, miss that detail and like not communicate, hey, this person's white?
As well as not being white, Dixon is 6'3". This detective has either forgotten standard procedure to review the call to dispatch, or for some reason decided to reject it as evidence altogether. Michael is informed the room is being recorded and then read his rights. He asserts he is willing to speak with a detective and help with the investigation.
Okay, why we're here is because earlier tonight you were arrested for breaking into a jewelry store on John Street South. Now, your innocence and guilt in this, quite frankly, isn't an issue. The evidence I have is, frankly, conclusive and overwhelming. Okay? So I'm not even going to ask you if you did it. What I have to ascertain here is what kind of guy you are.
The subject maintains a forward-leaning posture and keeps his eyes both in contact and on the same level as the detective's. He displays self-confidence and poise, while it's the detective, in fact, who gives off a nervous disposition. What Michael just did is known as a non-verbal challenge in forensic psychology. So let's break it down into components. In the next moment, the detective will shift in his seat to adjust his position, and at the same time break eye contact to look somewhere in this direction. Michael's exaggerated head movement that follows isn't for the purpose of maintaining eye contact. He could maintain it while keeping his head perfectly still. It is in fact to let the detective know he is maintaining eye contact. It's a way of asserting dominance in the exchange. He is telling the detective that he is the more confident person in the room at that moment.
What I have to ascertain here is what kind of guy you are. Whether this is you're like a serial burglar and this is what you're doing all the time, or whether this is a one-off thing because of the power cut and everything that's going on tonight. That's all we're here for.
Okay, I understand your position. Like I say here, I didn't do it, and you've heard that a million times, I'm sure, in your career. But it's just, ask me questions. That's all I can do is answer them, I guess.
I've got no questions to ask you. I mean, why did you do it? That's basically it.
And see that, like, you hear how he started the whole thing. He was like, so I know you did it, so we're just going to now figure out what type of person you are. Beyond.
That's my only question.
But coming from that position, and since I'm saying I didn't do it, I really don't have an answer for you except to say I didn't do it.
I guess we haven't really got a great amount of talking about. Yeah, it's like I said, whether you did it or not isn't up for the discussion.
Okay, well.
It's really not.
You've no doubt come to notice how incredibly tolerant Michael is over the unjustness of the situation. It's the most unusual thing about his behavior, and perhaps what makes him an anomaly with respect to innocent subjects. So before moving on to the second phase of this interrogation,
let's also say, why do you think he's being so tolerant here? Why do you think he's responding in a tolerant fashion? Let's see if any of you have an inkling as to why he's responding in a tolerant fashion. I don't know, because I would be pissed. LOL. Okay, hold on, we'll just finish this.
We'll show you a more common response from an innocent subject facing similar charges. This is 26-year-old Justin, falsely accused of breaking and entering, first-degree theft, and assault. He was arrested at his home and only read his rights to silence on the way to the police station. The footage will begin before the subject knows what exactly he is being charged with. In his mind, he knows he has done nothing wrong, and at this point is unaware he is about to be wrongfully imprisoned for just over 2 years.
Get that form. You know what I read you earlier? The 19th of February. 2 days ago, so it'll be Tuesday. Alright? About 5, 6 in the morning. Where were you at then?
I was at my mother's house. You call her and ask her. I was downstairs asleep.
Did she know you were asleep at that time?
Yeah.
He doesn't see the interrogators as a threat, but more of an inconvenience. His responses are short and concise. He does not seek approval. He only responds to a question or states a point.
It's Foster, too.
I mean, did she see you sleeping at that time?
Yeah, I don't ever leave. If I ain't doing nothing, I stay at my mother's house.
If I'm not working, I'm at home.
You didn't go to labor ready that day or nothing, looking for a job, yeah. Okay. That morning, house got broken into.
Okay.
The detective's strategy is to reveal the charges in a periodic manner. Getting a confession to one charge at a time is far easier than gaining admission to all of them at once. The plan is to reveal the break-in and robbery charge first, then reveal the assault at a later stage. The detective goes on to explain that the accuser named Candy said she saw him loitering around her house in the evening hours of the night, and a short time later witnessed him break in and steal a multitude of valuable items. The detective then explains that she picked him out of a 12-picture lineup of suspects.
She says you broke in this apartment. Okay, well tell me why.
Justin is now aware of the burglary charge, which holds a possible 20-year prison sentence due to previous convictions. He will now begin to forcefully assert his innocence, and each time he does so, will bring forward his posture and strengthen his vocal emphasis while making the assertion.
Alright, so I mean, she's saying that I was there before? Is that what she's saying? She's saying she's seen my face before the break-in happened?
Yep.
'Cause I didn't break in her house. I don't know who she is. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know no girl named Candy. None of this.
Why is she saying that you're...
I don't know why she's saying she's... I don't know why I don't know.
What were you doing there?
I was not there. I don't know this girl Candy. The only Candy that I even heard of is this guy I know named Tim Stahl dates her.
The person he just mentioned was the accuser's ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
That's it.
How do you know Tim Stoll?
I grew up with the dude, man.
The accuser's testimony was later picked apart in court. She was caught lying on the stand multiple times, and Justin was exonerated. He was proven innocent not just beyond all reasonable doubt, but essentially beyond all doubt.
The last thing I heard about them two, she had him arrested for domestic violence. That's all I know about this girl Candy. I ain't never went in that girl's house, none of that shit. I didn't do that shit. I did. As God is my fucking witness, I did not do it. I used to be a piece of shit. When I got out of fucking penitentiary, I told myself, "What, going back?"
Yeah, it's so quick and it's so flexible on how it can go either way with how a person perceives somebody else's response to a situation. Because if he wasn't being belligerent, which I think his frustration is justified, but if he wasn't being belligerent, if he was sitting there calm as hell, they might perceive it as, oh, he's just cocky. Like, look at the way he's just sitting there, like he's cocky, he thinks he can get away with it, whatnot. Meanwhile, on the other end, if he is frustrated like he is right now and belligerent, they're gonna be like, oh, he's obviously guilty and he's pissed off that he got caught. Like, it is so quick to and easy to just like tweak why somebody is behaving in a way they are without thinking about what you're doing that could be causing that behavior, you know? And we're all guilty of this. We all do that.
I ain't done nothing but work my fucking ass off the entire time I've been out.
Can you prove, other than you saying you did not, is it that morning, what can you tell, how can you prove to me that you were at home?
All you gotta do is call and ask my mother.
So you're telling me
call his mom.
You didn't step foot out of the house?
Not 1 foot.
Tuesday?
Not one.
The detective then goes on to reveal Justin is accused of assaulting the supposed victim during the robbery.
You take a vanity mirror and you hit her over the head with it and you guys fight. And she got injuries.
No, man. And hell no, man. Get her goddamn boyfriend, Tim Stone, in here and question him about her goddamn injuries. Look at that straight right there. This sounds like it's a goddamn thing that fucking her boyfriend, Tim Stone, done fucking done something to her, and now they're trying to put it on me. I know that's what the fuck this is.
And look, that's why we're talking to you, okay?
No, this is bullshit, man, because I've tried everything in my fucking power to stay the fuck out of this goddamn fucking penitentiary shit. I did not do that shit, man.
Okay. That's what we're talking to. We're here to investigate this, okay? That's why we're asking you all these questions.
I'm sorry for freaking out, man, but I didn't fucking do this shit, man. I'm fucking shaking. I did not fucking do this, man.
Justin had already served 3 years in prison for a robbery in his early 20s. He more than likely knew the reassuring tone of the investigator wasn't a good sign. Although slightly more animated than the average person, this form of aggression is a commonplace response from the innocent being directly accused. He comes off aggressive, but in a defensive manner. He is not being hostile, but highly combative when professing his innocence. His conduct is totally justified considering the circumstance. When facing a considerable amount of time in prison for something you didn't do, this level of anger is warranted. So when compared to the forgiving composure of Michael Dixon, the extraordinary nature of his behavior becomes even more pronounced.
I really don't have an answer for you except to say I didn't do it.
I guess we haven't really got a great amount of talking about. Yeah, it's like I said, whether you did it or not isn't up for the discussion.
Okay, well,
it's really not. There's a number of witnesses.
Great.
One of whom had a video camera.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay then. Well, that's relieving. That's relieving, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
So view the video camera.
I have.
Okay.
That's why your guilt isn't in issue here.
That doesn't even make sense to me. Because if I'm on the video camera, that doesn't make sense.
He is oddly calm.
You have a video camera?
Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about. And this is just from like a layman's opinion. Like I'm not like a specialist at anything just yet. I do wonder if there is something about him being black and the officer being white, and the pressure there is to respond in an appropriate fashion, because you never know if your race is going to be used against you. Like, just food for thought, how would this officer have responded if he was as belligerent as the white person from the second person we saw in that other clip? I mean, that's just something to think about, you know?
Camera that shows me?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense to me.
We'll have to, I guess, I have no choice but to get a lawyer then, if this is the kind of thing you're going to go through with me.
This isn't going to go away. You're charged with breaking in. You will be charged tonight.
Okay.
You will be going to court in the morning.
Perhaps the most upsetting moment, considering the fact that we know this man is innocent. You can see the fear emerge in his eyes as he realizes he won't be going home after this interview.
Charged with breaking in with intent. Okay, that's what's going to happen right now.
He is noticeably afraid of what lies ahead, yet reacts to the situation with reasoning and intuitiveness.
Can I ask you something? Okay, are you just making this up that you have a video camera so you see how I react? Because it goes that if you're saying, okay, hear me out for a second, please. If I am guilty, as you believe, because you have me on video camera, then okay, we'll go through the procedure. But I'm saying, I'm trying to call your bluff here, because since I know I didn't do it, there's no way I can be on the video camera.
Well, like I say, it's not a game of poker.
Okay, well,
I've got nothing to gain from that.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, all right?
You know what? I've got nothing to gain from that either way. Which is why I'm not asking you, did you do it? I'm not trying to catch you out. I've got nothing to gain from that.
I want to know why this cop knows this man is guilty. Yeah. This whole setup here is incredibly sus. He doesn't fit the descriptor by any means of the person that they did the robbery. It said during his stuff, and he was talking about, hey, there are witnesses, one of them had a video camera, you saw it pop up false. So he is making up the video camera thing. So what is this cop up to? What is your game? Because this is going to look atrocious on you when you came after this person, didn't even want them to explain why it wasn't them or whatever. Like, you weren't having any of that. Like, this is just interesting.
Getting a confession void of evidence is in fact excellent for an investigator's career. It's a mark of merit and can accelerate promotion. Michael continues to profess his innocence in a calm and composed manner for a further 7 minutes. The detective then asks that he draw out a map and specify his movements before the arrest. Every detail of his alibi was later proven to be 100% accurate.
Like I said, on the information I've got, you're going to be charged tonight with breaking in.
However, I do have a duty
to make sure that the truth
you're innocent.
Is
and there's just going, they're just
the
like,
truth, basically,
well,
the truth
no,
is
you're
paramount,
guilty.
and the true
like,
version of events is paramount. And I have a duty
There's no evidence in the
to
description. It's
investigate all of
nowhere
this,
close.
and I will
we forgot
investigate
to be
it.
acting this way.
I
Like,
assure
part
you
of me
I'll
wonders
investigate
if
this
this
story
is like
thorough.
a mock fake interview or something. Like, because this all just feels very off. Like, there's no way they could have gotten away with this, right? Like, I would love to know what the follow-up
And,
was for the cop over
hopefully,
here. Because it can't have been pretty.
I'll be able to find something here,
Alright.
which will either prove or disprove
Okay.
you know, what we've discussed tonight.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem is the speed at which this is going.
Yeah.
You know, like when I was on the ground, I was saying, go quickly to the terminal. I have like 6 or so guys around me. You know, like talk to the bus driver.
Right.
You know, like
I can't. I mean, I can't comment on things that
Okay,
haven't been
I
seen,
know, but-
unfortunately. But now I'm
left
kind of-
hanging, right?
Now
You
I'm
know?
looking at this. I mean, this is the basically on the evidence I've got. This is the only course of events that can take place right now. But I will certainly make sure that this is looked into thoroughly.
Okay,
I
great.
can give you my word on that. That's my duty. That's what I have to do.
Okay, I trust you will. I was just wondering, can I make a phone call? Because I'm supposed to be at work at 8 a.m.
You're not going to be able to be at work. Yeah,
I know I'm not going to be able to, but I like to phone ahead.
I can arrange that you get the phone call to let someone know that you're not going to be at a place. Yeah.
So I'm hanging out in that room till 10? Or
No,
whatever?
we'll be taking you downstairs
Okay.
to a larger custody facility which you have downstairs.
Sounds lovely.
Well, it's not the most pleasant place in the world, but it's only for a few hours.
Okay.
Okay. From court tomorrow, what happens there?
You have to be able to sue
I
after
don't
this
know.
bullshit, right?
Okay, well. I'm
And I
kind
will
of
look
freaked
into.
out.
I will
You know,
look into all of
I-
this.
I trust you will, yeah.
I'd love to look this case up, yeah.
I wanna
Real
make sure
quick,
we
let's pop down into the description. I assure you this will be looked into thoroughly. I don't know. I want to know if we can find. So satisfied to see that Michael was granted $46,000 at the end of it. Those investigators should have been fired, though. Feel sorry for anyone who is incarcerated under circumstances like this. Here's 12 men. Pick one whose life you want to ruin for the next 2 years. You found it?
The whole picture.
Okay.
Okay.
How do I find it? Because then we can dive into
Okay.
that a little bit.
You're not in an enviable position, and you know.
I understand the
Is it
like, the
bullshit?
process.
Is
I
this
just-
whole thing fake?
I'm not satisfied with it. That's what I'm saying, you know?
And I don't
And
expect that you're going to be happy with it.
You know, and I'm thinking,
It's
no
real?
disrespect to you, but I know someone
shame.
sitting in this chair has probably lied to you a million times, right? So I'm thinking, what can I do to convince you? I try to give you the information. Like,
You've been very good with me, and I try and treat everybody as an individual.
Okay.
And my main aim is two things: is that you get your rights
Mhm.
that you're entitled to under the Constitution of Canada,
Mhm.
and that you're treated decently. And the
Constitution
truth
of
comes out.
Canada. So they're in Canada.
The truth
right?
eventually did come out, but the suspect wasn't treated decently. He was kept in jail for 3.5 days before a separate investigator looked into his alibi witnesses and checked surveillance of the area in question. He was then exonerated immediately. A civil trial ensued, and Michael was awarded $46,000 in punitive damages. The interrogating officer and 3 other investigators were all demoted and suspended without pay.
Hamilton Police wrongful arrest of Dixon. Okay, let's find that. Judge rakes cops over for wrongful arrest. The Spec.com. Hamilton News. Let's search for that. Michael Dixon says his confidence in Hamilton police will only be restored if they address serious credibility issues raised by his successful lawsuit over the wrongful arrest of August 2003 downtown jewelry store robbery. Justice Kim Carpenter Gunn last week awarded Dixon $46,000 in damages, as well as nearly $80,000 in costs after finding his arresting officers were negligent in failing to talk to people who placed him on a GO bus at the time of the crime. He spent 3 nights in jail. It was then placed on curfew until all charges were withdrawn 9 months later, even though he is black and eyewitnesses described the suspect as white and shorter than he is and wearing different clothing. Dixon says he's not sure if racism played a role in how he was treated, but it's clearly a question. He said He said he is particularly concerned one of the officers, Oliver Mann, continued to maintain on the witness stand that he made the right arrest. The judge found overwhelming evidence supporting Dixon's innocence. Same conclusion of an outside investigation that saw Mann and Detective Christian Baum, suspended in 2006 for 3 days for failing to investigate his alibis. Bjorn has since died, but Mann was promoted to sergeant in 2009. Of course he was. Dixon said he was encouraged by a meeting with Chief Glenn DeCare following a court judgment, but the test would be how he deals with Mann, criticized by the judge for still refusing to acknowledge his mistaken arrest. How credible is he going to be in the future when he tries to take the stand? Defense lawyers are always going to say, "Excuse me, but you're not credible," Dixon said. Good point. Obviously, there are some serious issues, and the whole community has to be concerned. DeCare told a press conference he accepts the court's judgment and will review the judge's written decision with a view to making any necessary changes in police policies, training, and procedures. He said the case had already prompted a mandatory requirement for the full investigation of alibi evidence, but the chief also defended the decision to promote Mann despite his botched 2003 investigation. 3-day suspension and ongoing insistence he arrested the right person. The purpose of discipline is to give people the opportunity to understand, to respond, to grow, and to move forward. And that is the behaviors we saw in the officer between 2003 and 2009. Good to know, DeCare said. The court findings are absolutely clear. I've already indicated that we accept those court findings and we will move forward as an organization. Arrested the wrong man for days and a 9-month curfew promotion. Baby girl, you okay? Daisy. She's an active dreamer, so she'll like whimper and stuff in her sleep. That's some bullshit right there. That's crazy. I'm glad you found that. Oh my goodness. I wonder if there's more on this. Dixon. Dixon. A police interview. What's
Come out with your hands up, face away from us.
Spooks. I know,
Face
we're
away.
watching like true crime.
Go to the sidewalk,
True crime
face
stuff,
away.
like we've kind of just been
Hands up high in the air. Face away from us. Walk to the sidewalk. Look away from us. Walk backwards towards the sound of my voice. Backwards towards the sound of my voice. Backwards to the sound of my voice. Back to our squad.
And if you want to put them on the sidewalk here, that'll be okay for me.
All right. Stop. Get down on your knees. On your knees. Put your hands up. Don't move. You understand? You understand not to move?
How you doing today,
Good
W?
122, our caller hung up. They said they were trying to stop him.
Is everything okay? That's your grandson?
Yes. When I went up and took him out.
All right. Okay. That's good. Here's the thing. Did you see me park there? Oh, you saw me park there? Okay. So some guy comes up to me in his
I think
car.
this is a different falsely
and
arrested
says
black
that
man.
there
Oh
were
my bad.
two black guys robbing
the lady.
Oh, yeah. Okay, different case. Sorry, wrong falsely accused black man. My apologies. That's crazy. I was like, that didn't look like what he was wearing in the video, and I was like, there's no way they gave him time to change. Like, they wouldn't even let him like say I didn't do it. There's no way. God, it's crazy. Goodness. What do we think? Do we keep going? Should we switch to something else? W, we watched this one, Guilty Until Proven Innocent, and before that we watched this one, The Bizarre Case of Stephen McDaniel. Oh, goodness. What a time. This might be interesting. How the police make people confess. I like watching Chris Hansen, but he might be against TOS. I'm not sure who Chris Hansen is. Chris Hansen. Is that it? American television journalist, YouTube personality. He's known for working Dateline, NBC, catching internet sex predators. Okay. Oh, he's the To Catch a Predator guy. Okay. I'm really bad with names, so I apologize. That's interesting. Yo, if we could get approval to watch To Catch a Predator, or I might have to do some research, figure out what shows I can watch, because if we can watch some true crime shit on this channel, that would be dope. You know, sometimes I just get tired, and like, I would just like to sit back and watch some stuff and have some lovely commentary. Doop, doop.
Why does anyone confess to the police?
Amen.
While a plea bargain in court might lower your punishment, confessing to police can only hurt you. Yet people do it all the time.
What did you do? I killed Bridget Harrison and killed Harrison.
Guilty or wrongfully accused, an officer's first step in an interrogation is to pretend they're your ally. So before mentioning anything about the case, police will try to build rapport by bringing you something to drink or bonding over commonalities. The goal is to make you feel relaxed and unthreatened. Watch this next clip. You would never guess from his behavior that the detective already has hard evidence that the guy in front of him is a murderer.
I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or
I am
not,
a
but I
coffee
didn't
guy,
want to drink in
actually,
front of you, so.
No, I appreciate that.
All right, go ahead. Russell, just to avoid any confusion, because people do get confused when they're talked to by the police, is that you're obviously not under arrest here today, okay?
Yep.
Anytime you feel you want to leave here, you feel free to do so. The door's not locked. Teresa will walk you down the lobby anytime you want, okay?
Once they've built rapport with you, the next step is what police call a positive confrontation. They tell you they already know you're guilty and they just want to know why you did it. This is where things get interesting. Whether it's true or not, interrogators will tell you they have so much evidence that your guilt isn't in doubt. This can involve legally lying to you about fake witnesses, fingerprints, DNA, or video footage.
Yeah,
In
you
this-
are allowed to lie during an interrogation. You're allowed to lie during an interrogation. That seems fascinating to me.
Next clip, an officer tries to get a confession from an innocent man. Notice the confusion and doubt that starts to
Hey,
creep
it's our
in
boy.
when he's faced with false evidence.
There's a number of witnesses.
Great.
One of whom had a video camera.
Perfect.
Yeah. Yeah.
See,
So
false,
view the
like he
video
made that shit
camera.
up.
I have.
Okay.
That's why your guilt isn't in issue here.
Isn't it an issue here?
That doesn't even make sense to me. Because if I'm on the video camera,
While faking evidence is extremely effective at getting guilty people to confess, it can unfortunately result in innocent people confessing as well. One of the more heartbreaking examples of this is Marty Tankleff. At 17 years old, Marty woke up and found his mother stabbed to death and his father bleeding and unconscious. Marty called 911. After bringing him in as a suspect and interrogating him for hours without success, an officer lied to Marty that his father had woken up and identified him as the attacker. Marty knew he was innocent, but didn't realize that police can lie during an interrogation. So suddenly he started to doubt himself, thinking maybe he did it while in a blackout. Marty then gave a false confession that he immediately took back, saying he was coerced while in a state of shock. But that confession led to his conviction, and he spent 17 years in prison before
Holy
being deemed innocent
Christ.
and set free. Part of the reason these positive confrontations are so effective is because the
That
police are
is
trained to
fucked up.
speak
You
with
were right.
complete
That's
certainty
fucked up.
when presenting the evidence.
17 years from a false confession. Dude, I don't know. That's why confessions are such a sketchy thing to want to get. Interrogations are like taxing on you, right? Like you see that. Like that's got to be taxing on you.
To you. In this next clip, police are looking for a missing woman. They're interrogating a coworker who claimed he hadn't seen her the day she disappeared. Listen to how the officer's tone conveys no doubt about whether or not the missing woman was caught on camera in this guy's car.
Okay, well tell us when you left with her in the car, because that is what is shown. We can't make up that. We can't falsify a video camera, Lee. I'm not lying to you, because you know I'm telling the truth, because you know that's what's on the video.
Now in this case, the video camera was real, but they had no way of proving the missing girl got into his car, just a car that looked like it might be his. Yet, because the detective says it with such conviction, he confesses that he's been lying to police and admits he was the last person seen with the missing woman. Ultimately, this led to him confessing to police that he murdered her. Because this confrontation with evidence is often the first time you'll realize you're a serious suspect, it's very common for people to push back and deny their guilt. This is where the next psychological trick comes into play. Police interrogators shut down denials immediately before you can even state them. This pattern interrupt makes sure you don't build up confidence in your ability to stand up for yourself. Here's a quick example.
I did not have a firearm in my hand.
We can prove that. We're beyond that point, buddy. We're beyond that, man.
The goal is to create the feeling that there's nothing you can do to convince them you're completely innocent. Here's another example. Notice the cutoff comes as soon as the man tries to deny hurting his missing family.
I don't know how much
I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll be back in a second, then we'll keep going. we're back.
I could tell you right now, like, I did not.
It's not even an option right now because you did not pass the polygraph, so I know you were being deceptive. So that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste.
Now that you're feeling trapped, beaten down, and hopeless, the next step is to give you a way out of this mess with minimization. The goal here is to get you to confess by minimizing the perceived evil of the crime. One way to do this is to say that you did what anyone would have done in your situation. Watch Officer George Birch explain how this alone can get a confession.
I had a sexual assault case. I had to talk to the guy how hot the woman was, and I understand where he was coming from. And when I said that, we were buds. And he started talking to me. And he's still sitting in prison.
Another trick is to let you think there's a chance you can shape the story that gets out.
Also, would you prefer if I read your username as Honest or Binky? Yeah, being a cop, especially when you think about like the corruption and you think I wouldn't be corrupt, I could do good, like I could help change things and whatnot. There's like just so much at stake, right? Everyone calls you Binky. Is Binky okay? Would you prefer to be called Honest?
Believe it or not, the questions you're about to see are what finally convinced this man to confess to murder.
When stuff gets out that you guys left and all that together and all that kind of stuff, you want people to remember you as a guy who said, okay, look, I'm going to do the right thing? Or do you want your family and everybody else to think that you're some evil, heartless person who won't tell us where she is? Please tell me where to go find her. That's how people remember you.
During this minimization process, police will often use what they call alternative questions. Basically, they'll present you with a story where you're guilty of the crime, but in a way that's more sympathetic or justifiable. Returning to the case of Chris Watts, his wife and 2 daughters are missing, and he's already failed a lie detector. Watch how the interrogator first tries to minimize the crime as a mistake, and then poses an alternative question to make Chris feel like he can confess without being the bad guy.
We have no doubt you love these girls with all of your heart. I have no doubt. But we make mistakes.
I did not do anything.
All 3 of them?
I did not do anything to these kids. Not do anything.
What did Shanann do to them? Tell us, Chris. Chicks are crazy.
Can I talk to my dad or something?
Chris desperately wants to get out of this interrogation, and he latches on to the idea that he can lie and say his wife was hurting his kids.
They're blue. Both of them. She chose both of them with that. I freaked out when you sent me.
Just like that, the police have him confessing on tape for murder. You may think this is actually smart of Chris because at least he's only getting convicted for 1 murder instead of 3, but in reality, his minimized confession hasn't done his case any favors because the police don't actually buy it.
I did not hurt these girls.
Are you okay with the public knowing that Shanann?
Yes, because I did not hurt these girls. Chris, I'm not sure what to do.
Minimizing a crime during an interrogation is very effective at getting the guilty to confess in hopes of a less harsh penalty. Unfortunately, it can also be effective on the innocent. Here's an example that isn't as clear-cut as Chris Watts. This man says he's innocent, the police say he's guilty. He's being accused of shooting a police officer. After 7 hours of telling the police he didn't do it and being told he's lying, you can imagine how this alternative story suddenly becomes appealing.
7 hours.
It could have been a fucking accident. It could have been an accidental discharge. Okay, but when you're completely denying that, then I gotta think another way, bro. Now we need to know if you tried to kill that deputy or did you just discharge a firearm? And that's the misdemeanor.
Imagine that's you. The police have thrown a mountain of real or fake evidence against you, told you they're absolutely certain you're guilty, and shut you down instantly whenever you try to deny it. You feel like everything is stacked against you and fear you'll get wrongfully convicted for shooting a police officer. Then the interrogating officer tells you that confessing is your way out of this mess with as little penalty as possible. It's suddenly easy to understand why police are phenomenal at getting criminals to confess. Unfortunately, it's also easy to see why some innocent people falsely confess. If you want to learn more about false confessions and the dangers of talking to police even if you're innocent, I highly recommend you check out Professor James Duane's audiobook, You Have the Right to Remain Innocent, which you can get for free thanks to our sponsor for this video, Audible. It really hammers home why you should always get a lawyer if the police call you in for questioning. One of the lessons from Professor Duane is that even if you don't confess, police
And then the rest of that is basically
will try to get you on the record with seemingly harmless details so that they can potentially use them against you later. For example, he shares the story of a man who told police that an ex-girlfriend of his lived in a certain neighborhood, and that piece of information, voluntarily shared, got him falsely imprisoned for 20 years for a rape it turned out he did not commit. You Have the Right to Remain Innocent has a number of incredible and shocking stories of people being imprisoned for a variety of small things they said or did while being interrogated. You can get it for free by going to audible.com/charisma or texting charisma to 500-500. Audible is my favorite audiobook platform and something I personally use all the time. It's a great way to take time that's normally dead time, like doing errands around the house, and transform it into productive time where you're learning and improving yourself. By joining Audible, you get a credit every month to use on any title in their premium selection, regardless of price.
crazy stuff right there. Seven hours of interrogation. Did you guys hear? I was watching a streamer the other day, and they were talking about this thing I'd never heard of, called Habbo Hotel. Have any of you ever heard of that? You had, Chairman? This was the guy I was watching. Moist Critical reacts. Yeah, that is Moist Critical. Oh, okay. My boyfriend likes this channel. Gotcha. And I think I'm subbed to him. Or not subbed, follow maybe on Twitch. I don't know. Reacts to how the teenage players of Habbo Hotel turned to financial crime. Hi, puppy. We can watch his reaction and put my reaction like in a different corner. That'd be funny to do. Nah, he's probably a big name. Well, yeah, he is a big name. He is a big name. I know he is. So I probably shouldn't do that.
Habbo Hotel is a self-described virtual community for teens. At its peak in 2012, it had customers from 150 different countries, had 273 million registered users, and saw 5 million unique visitors every month. Habbo was essentially Club Penguin for teenagers. You could visit places, chat to people, play games, and make your own rooms. However, there is one thing that dominates all aspects of Habbo life. Coins. Coins could buy you the latest furniture, the nicest clothing, and Habbo Club, a form of premium membership to distinguish you from the peasants. The issue with coins is that they can't be obtained through normal gameplay. You have to buy them with real-life money. This means that coins have actual monetary value, and some players have sold their virtual currency for thousands of dollars. With the prospect to make actual real-life money, Habbo turned from a glorified chat room to a terrifying experiment of anarcho-capitalism done on teenagers and adolescent children. Anarcho-capitalist societies can generally be characterized by 3 main points, and Habbo ticks all of the boxes.
Damn. Okay, so this Club Penguin type thing turned into like a... Basically, like, people became so obsessed with that currency that you could sell an in-game currency for actual money. Dude. That's crazy, Daisy, isn't it? That's crazy nonsense right there. I know. That's what I'm saying.
I find it a little bit strange that you're not upset.
Well, I'm being accused, which is, anyways, like I said, I reserve the right to remain silent. So.
No, okay, that's okay, but I just find it strange that you're not upset by all what's going on right now.
I find it very strange to be in this situation.
You
so
do?
I don't know what to think of it. I'm just trying to stay calm. That's it.
Why do you use the word strange?
Right now, like I said, I'm just staying calm and I'm waiting to go to court tomorrow and following my lawyer's advice. That's it.
But do you believe what I told you?
No, I don't believe what you're saying to me, so.
Okay, you don't believe me.
No. So.
What do you believe?
Just reserving my right to remain silent.
I'm just asking you, what do you believe?
Trying to get her to break that right. She's
What I believe.
Which is?
Like I said, I'm here right now, and
do you
I
believe?
go to court.
Do you believe that your daughters are alive?
These were the school lunchboxes of 9-year-old Amanda and 8-year-old Sabrina DeVito. They were packed by their grandmother Teresa in the early morning hours of March 31st, 2009, the last Tuesday before the Easter holidays. Little did Teresa know she would find these lunchboxes 9 hours later exactly as she left them, and then go on to discover the lifeless bodies of her 2 granddaughters in the family playroom. Their mother, 43-year-old Adele Sorella, was nowhere to be seen. She had left a voicemail for her brother Luigi that afternoon, essentially stating that she was suicidal and for him to come to the house immediately. Luigi called his brother and mother right away, all of whom drove to Adele's residence in Laval, Quebec, arriving at roughly 4:30 p.m. to make their tragic discovery. Detective Francois Delisle arrived at the scene roughly 20 minutes after the paramedics, and the 2 children were already pronounced dead. The Laval police would then launch a murder investigation with the primary objective of finding Adele, the prime suspect, and investigators speculated over both the method and motive for the homicides. The conjecture was that the girls had most likely been poisoned, and the reason for their murder being what is known as spousal revenge filicide. The term is used in forensic psychology for when a parent kills one or more of their own children as a means of exacting revenge upon their spouse or partner. Adele's husband at the time was 42-year-old Giuseppe DeVito. a well-known member of the Rizzuto crime family in Montreal. He had been on the run from police for over 4 years at the time, wanted for coordinating a failed drug operation in January of 2005. He attempted to smuggle over 200 kilograms of cocaine into Canada from Haiti, which was essentially his retirement plan. But the RCMP had other plans, as intelligence was gathered about the shipment and the drugs were seized upon arrival. Giuseppe went into hiding at the start of 2005, but the authorities knew he was still in regular contact with his wife, and even met up with her and his daughters on several occasions. But according to reports, all contact from his end abruptly ceased at the very start of 2009, 3 months before his children were murdered. Adele was located at 3 a.m. on April 1st, roughly 15 hours after the investigation was launched. She had crashed into a utility pole on a rural roadway in eastern Laval. The force of the collision caused serious damage to the driver's side of her car, but Adele sustained no injuries. An accident scene investigator would later testify that the crash was most likely deliberate. The suspect was initially taken to the hospital under police supervision, where she remained for 9 hours. She was then handcuffed and taken to the Laval Police Department, where her interrogation commenced at exactly 7 p.m. The segment of footage released by the Crown Attorney's Office starts 40 minutes into the procedure, and what makes this one of the more fascinating interrogations is the detective's approach and how he goes about trying to achieve his objective. What we know is that he initially discussed the car accident with a suspect and double-checked she was without physical injury. They then briefly discuss hospital food and hospitals in general, all essentially small talk for the purpose of rapport development. At around minute 25, she was informed that her 2 children were dead and that she was under arrest for first-degree murder. She was read her rights and given the choice to speak with an attorney, which she accepted, and was then taken to another room where she got legal advice over the phone for roughly 15 minutes. She was then brought back to the interrogation room and was asked if she wanted any water. She refused and then stated she was invoking her right to remain silent. In Canada, the suspect is well within their right not to answer questions, yet this doesn't confine the interrogator from asking questions. They can essentially press for as long as they want, and if the suspect is coaxed out of silence, anything that gets divulged is still admissible in court.
I find it a little bit strange that you're not upset.
I'm here right now, and
do you believe that your daughters are alive?
Yes. So, I'm staying calm.
I have the regret to inform you that they're dead. Both of them.
No, they're not. So,
that's why you're not upset.
I told you I'm staying calm.
Yeah,
and everything will be fine.
And not only that they are deceased, both of them, but you are under arrest for killing them.
Look, I'm their mother, so...
I know. That's why it's so difficult.
The detective has now abandoned the more common strategies of reframing and rapport development. He is no longer trying to be the suspect's friend, nor is he trying to downplay the crimes. He instead initiates a continuous psychological barrage that attacks every aspect of Adele's character, and this persists for almost 5 hours. Under different circumstances, his behavior would be considered harassment or even abuse, yet the detective executes his strategy in a manner so passive that any assertions of malpractice or intimidation will hold little to no weight in court. He maintains a very calm disposition, yet manages to superimpose a highly disparaging tone at the same time. He's able to apply a remarkable amount of psychological pressure in the absence of aggression. The simple reason for this strategy is to precipitate fatigue. Mentally exhausted suspects are more susceptible to suggestion and less likely to think rationally. In other words, their ability to consider the long-term consequences of a decision will be significantly limited.
Everybody's going to think that you couldn't bear the fact that they would be happy without you. They're going to say that, and that's why you killed them. So what's going to come? There's going to be a lot of disapprobation on what you did, and a lot of misunderstanding, and a lot of anger at you. You're going to have to face that. I'm just warning you in advance. You just have to keep focused on the reason why you did it. This is your strength. You disagree? You do disagree. You're difficult to read, but now you disagree with what I'm saying. Why? You can tell me. Don't be afraid. I won't get mad.
I know, but there's one thing that we need an explanation on.
The use of crime scene photographs is perhaps the most recognized procedure with regard to interrogations. It's a strategy used to gauge a suspect's response, especially if the images being presented are of a gruesome nature, and even more so if the victims are personally connected to the suspect. The sharp and sudden manner in which they are often presented is done so a suspect is caught off guard, and this is thought to make it much harder for them to fabricate emotion in a convincing manner. It's a highly effective technique, and the following segment of footage was presented by the prosecution at Adele's trial 3 times, once during the opening statement and twice during the closing argument.
You need to explain this.
I'm gonna talk to my lawyer.
Look at that. This is the truth. These are your daughters. Something brought you to do that to them. How can we explain this? How is it possible that you brought your brother to see this? You send it home, knowing you will find this. Why weren't you there? How can you explain that this could happen? What in your life brought you to that? We have to explain this. Look at that. You gave them life. You brought them up. They trusted you. You want to say something? I'm still listening.
No, I don't want to say anything.
Okay.
I don't believe there's them on the floor.
Sorry? Did you say that? You don't believe that's them on the floor?
To see them like that, yeah.
Okay. Who do you believe it is? No, tell me. Let's play that game.
No, I'm not playing any game.
That's not them on the floor. Okay. We took what? Actors?
I'm gonna think of my kids as I choose to think of my kids.
And you see them all.
I just want to go back to this life.
Okay, but we took actors to do that? Is that what you think? We put them on your living room floor? Same build, same hair, same face? And said, pretend you're dead? Is that what you're saying?
Not saying anything.
Yeah, you said, I don't believe that's them on the floor. You said that.
Not saying anything.
Did you look at those pictures? Didn't you recognize Sabrina and Amanda? Want to take another look?
I don't want to see any pictures.
Okay.
Flat.
But you're not serious when you say I don't believe that's them on the floor.
I just want to go back to Bethel.
I know that. Do you know what day it is today? Do you know what day it is today?
I don't need to say anything.
Do you know what day it is today?
Ugh.
Yes.
Tell me.
I'd be the worst person to interrogate. I get defensive so quickly. Worst or easiest person to interrogate. Easiest person to interrogate.
What day
So
it is
easy.
today?
Like, I'm guilty. She got an attitude.
What day is it? You don't know.
I don't want to see any of that stuff.
No, I'm not showing you anything. I'm just asking you, do you know what day we are today?
Yes, I do know what day we are.
Okay, tell
I'm
me.
not answering anything.
Okay, because you don't know.
Like I said, you can say, you can think what you want. I'm not going to answer anything.
Today is the 1st of April.
You wouldn't say a word.
And you seem to think it's April Fool's Day.
Especially if you know you're innocent.
You believe what
That
you want.
officer who brings you in as that officer in one of the previous videos. So now you're innocent is not up for discussion. You know you're guilty.
The suspect, for the most part, stuck by her lawyer's advice and refused to give any sort of admission to the alleged crimes. However, she still chose to engage at certain points, and her lack of reactive emotion during these moments was later used to argue both voluntary detachment and lack of remorse, as well as drive home the notion that her conduct was not due to mental illness, but by cause of her corrupt and calculated endeavor for revenge, which she was willing to attain by any means necessary. After nearly 6 years on the run, police tracked down Giuseppe DeVito in October of 2010. He had been living under an alias in St. Leonard, Montreal, and had considerably altered his appearance by shedding weight. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison, which he was made to serve at the maximum security Donnacona institution. On the 8th of May, 2013, he testified at the murder trial of his wife, and expressed what appeared to be genuine remorse over not having been there for his family. Reports stated that he held himself fully responsible for the death of his daughters, and refused to give any damning testimony against his ex-wife. He was found dead in his cell just 2 months later. The coroner's report revealed toxic levels of cyanide in his blood and stomach, and his death was ruled a suicide. Adele Sorella was convicted on 2
They can twist and think you're guilty, so I'm asking for a lawyer and not saying a word.
counts of first-degree murder in July of 2013, but the conviction was overturned 4 years later, as it was ruled the trial judge had made errors when instructing the jury. Adele was released on bail for just over a year before her retrial commenced in February 2019. She was then found guilty on 2 counts of second-degree murder and rendered a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 10 years. Her earliest release date is March of 2029.
8 more years, boo. Damn. This whole thing been crazy. Goodness. What do you guys think of this stream? Do you think it'd be okay if we did this from time to time? Thank you, what'd you think? Relaxing? You liked it? Yeah. Cool. We might do this from time to time then. Find some interesting clips and whatnot. I'm game for it. So I think I'm going to try and do a raid and send you guys over somewhere. Oh, I see Draco is streaming. We can send you over to Draco. He pops in from time to time on my streams. That might be nice. Let me figure out how to do that again. Oh god, I gotta do this. like they're doing an intermission right now. But we're gonna head on over that way, okay? Thank you for popping by and for sticking around and for engaging and whatnot. And I'm gonna be starting my new job tomorrow. So we'll streams about like when I'll stream it. Maybe I'll like try and actually create a schedule instead of just doing it on a whim. I don't know. But I'll pop in and we'll figure out when our next streaming stuff's gonna be. Cool beans. What? And we're gonna raid? No!